Gens, hello. Stream 198. I'm working today on what I was trying to get to yesterday, the entity editor panel in my game. Hey there, Nui. Hello squared. Hello squared indeed. All right, so this is my game. You can play it there. And just really briefly, it is inspired by the Ultima series. It's a multiplayer RPG, building it live on stream bit by bit. So yesterday I worked on this ability to jump between zones. So I can go to this zone where I have these two test NPCs hanging out on this little island, and then I can jump back to this default zone. I added a few other things off stream. That default zone button was just a quick way to clear out the zone identifier to go back to the default zone. I also made it so that if you're in this character panel and you click anywhere, it just jumps. So I can jump quickly around the map with my awesome teleporting powers. So what I want to work on today is filling in this panel here. I want to be able to click on something and have it show a list of entities, and then if I click on an entity, it'll show me a list of components, and then allow me to add, edit, and remove components. Also, I want to have a quick buttons for adding and deleting entities. I'll probably layer them by depth, so that if you click there where there's two entities, and don't move NPC, I'm talking about you. See how the pop-up shows two fields there, depth 0 and depth 1? The depth 0 is the background tile. I could show that maybe on the bottom, and then if there's a tile on top, show it on top, so it's maybe sorted the way it is on screen, so to speak. Something like that. So yeah, this editor panel. What I want to use the editor panel, what I'm moving towards is to be able to add trigger components in the game, so that if you were to step on certain tiles, things happen. And for example, shifting to a different zone. So let's say that there's an icon representing an island or a town or something like that, and if you were to step on it, boom, you teleport to this little island, and then maybe you step back off of it, and boom, you're back here. Stuff like that for separating the game world into different zones. Hey there, Frosty. How are you doing? Yeah, I stayed up too late last night, and that's why I'm late streaming today. I was late by 10 minutes. I'm still a little groggy. I woke up to my phone's alarm saying, "It's time for you to stream soon." I'm like, oh, crap. Hey, did I develop it? Did you just wave to yourself, develop it? Hi. Oh, I didn't wave to you before, because I missed it. All right. Working on this today, entity panel. I have the cursor, the position selection, but there's nothing right now that we paint here for as far as what the entities are. Maybe I'll do the backend stuff first. Kind of feel like that today. So the backend work would be whenever I request entities. It's actually going to the backend now. It's then saying it's receiving an unrecognized get entities at position message. So let's add a handler for that, and we'll query the ECS for what entities are at the given position, and then respond back to the front-end client about what entities we have. You wave to yourself? I see. I see how it goes. I don't know, I just miss messages when I'm tired. Yeah, it was also mixed in with the commands that I did. That's probably really why I didn't see it. Oh, the other thing I wanted to talk about was in the Discord. Can I show this? You'll see the secret channel, so I won't show it. But I have a Discord where we can talk about the game, and just yesterday connected into Matrix, so if you're using that, you can find it in Matrix as well, or you can message me in chat or direct message me if you want the link for that. But that's for people who don't want to use Discord but have a Matrix account instead. And it was fun setting that up. Learned a bunch of stuff. Set up the first bot I've ever worked with on Discord. There's a bot basically that bridges the two systems together. If someone chats in one room, it copies it to the other room. So it worked out pretty well. So yeah, in the Discord, if you see a weird bot that you don't recognize, it's probably the bridge that is connecting the two chat rooms together. And that's literally all it does is just copy paste messages from one chat room to another to keep them in sync. Just got bored from the lack of things to do. Your R9 398G is about to kick the bucket. Any game just cooks it. That's a graphics card, I'm guessing. Not too knowledgeable about graphics cards. Yeah, so maybe your cooling system is not doing so well on that thing. Well, if you're bored, you could try to fix the thermal issue on the R9 398Gs. Okay, so let me do the backend work here for querying. I ultimately need to get access to the position index, right? Do I have access to that already? Through the where is it? ECS components. I don't remember why I put it into a subdirectory like I did there. I don't think I actually give access to the position index unless it's in the test framework, so I should probably add, that's probably the first thing I should do is add a method to the ECS public interface for this. Components, yeah, so let's add one. Extensions, yes. Those are the extensions I use. Get, let me just use the same word I did here. Get entities at position. All right, I'm just gonna make it from scratch, I guess. So the act will be something like components dot get entities at position, and we'll assign that to entities, and position is X, Y, and zone, so how do I handle the default zone? I guess I'll just have a flag for that. So let's just put in random numbers here. 42, false. Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. A much more modest message today. Only one emote. No more emote explosions? Okay, let's create some entities. Let's make 3 of them, 2 that are in that position and 1 that is not, and that'll be a good test. There we go, there's some emotes. Not quite the emote explosion, but that's good. That's fine. Sometimes, sometimes you don't feel like doing an emote explosion. I understand that. 3 months. 27 days and 20 hours. Okay, we're creating position. The only thing that an entity has to have to be returned from this method is position. So that's the only thing I'm going to care about. Has it really only been 2 months, 1 day, 19 hours? I had a feeling that you guys have been following longer than that. Maybe you've been following longer in spirit. Let's put this one at 3. 2, 42. I'll put this one in... Actually, let's have 4 of them. I'll have one of them in the same position, but a different zone. Because, you know, reasons. Testing reasons. Corner cases. So we'll put this in 43. This one we'll put in a slightly different y coordinate position, and this one will be the same. So when I query 3242, it should return me entities 1 and 3, and not 2 and 4. Standard set of integers, entity 1, entity 3, for entities. Okay, so that needs to be added to the public interface. It's added here. Standard set, not const. Int x, int y, int z. Const. Return the set of game entities present having a position component present at the given position in the game, having a position component with matching coordinates. You've been following me longer than that, but you never click the follow button because you're lazy. Oh, that's fine. To me, follows aren't as important as viewers. So, I mean, it's nice to see the follower count go up, but it's more important to see the statistics on viewership go up. And that's been really tough for me to boost to the next level. I think I need to get more into the game or interact with the community more or be more funny or something, more entertaining, and not exactly sure how I'll do that. Other than just continuing to be myself and then grow into the role and see what happens. This is the horizontal coordinate of the position to query. Just keep it like that. Very clinical. Vertical. This is the zone containing the position to query. There we go. Am I unhappy about it? Not really. I just kind of worry because the viewership directly goes to the bottom line eventually. If I want to try to make a living out of this, I have to have enough viewers or people that are interested in the game who are playing it and enjoying it and willing to pay a little bit for content expansions and that kind of thing to make it financially solvent. If that doesn't happen, then it just goes back to being a hobby and then I have to get a job, right? So it's a metric that I track. When my wife asks me, when will I get a job, right? I'll be able to say, look at the metrics and say, well, look, this will become the job, or, you know, because of the trends and, you know, the amount of money eventually it will earn. Or I'll have to say, well, yeah, the trends say it's not really going very far, so yeah, I'll go get a job soon. That kind of thing. Entities at position. How are you doing, Tropical Banana Man? All right. So if I just return empty set, this should at least compile and I can run the unit test to make sure that it fails correctly. Well, this is the first build of the day, so it's going to be a while. While it's building, let me check to see if there are any tickets in the game that I should look at. Nope. Any new accounts? Nope. All right. Oh, we have a compiler error. Does not take 4 arguments. Oh, that's right, because of the default zone thing. Yep, forgot about that. if default zone is false, this indicates whether or not to query a position in the default zone. Whoops. Other than a numbered zone. You finally finished your bachelor's degree? Well, congratulations. Awesome. Now you have that awesome achievement behind you. Or do you take it with you? I don't know what the expression is. That's cool. Yeah, that's what I felt like, choice. It's like, wow, I finally don't have to go to school anymore. Unless I want to get a master's, I guess. Which I never did. Because I had a job at that point, and they're like, please continue working here. You don't need a bachelor's degree? Aren't you having fun here? Actually, they didn't say that. It was more like, I'm like, why get a master's degree? I'm getting paid pretty well to do what I'm doing. And I can do it pretty well. All right. All right, build. You brought out all the lurkers too, Tropical Banana Man. Good job. I can now wave at them because they're exposed. Hey there, Void Cap Phil. Choice. KHPS official. Applying for work? That's cool. Have you been doing internships while you were getting your bachelor's degree, or did you just focus on the degree first and then work later? Secret to bringing out the lurkers. Yeah, hey there, Shake Soda. Yeah, have someone announce something really cool, and then it'll bring out all the lurkers. Still building. Build. Yeah, so you're gonna apply for work, not get a master's degree or PhD or anything like that? I guess you could get a job, and then a lot of employers, once you get a job, they'll help pay for your further education, right? MBA or master's degree and whatnot. All right, let's run the test. Scan for my test. Oh, the tools are always slow to start, just like me in the morning. Slow to start. Okay, cool, it fails in the correct way. Not returning the set. Okay, good. So I had code that I can copy around here, right? It was default position this thing. So I don't want to accidentally create it if it doesn't exist, so I should probably be very careful about this. You're in a group with a few others. We did a job for a company this semester, so you can at least point to that. That's good. Nice. Cool. Masters in CS is not as important as other types of studying. While you're researching, if you should do a master's, it boils down to if you want to go into research. Yeah, that's either research or if you want to get a job where a lot of new technology is needed, where you're sort of you're one of the first to implement some kind of new technology, like an advanced new algorithm, like facial recognition or machine learning. A master's would be really helpful for that, especially if companies are like, we want to build more expertise in machine learning. They'll probably be much more likely to hire someone who's got a master's degree where they demonstrated like that they did a lot of work in that area, right? Isn't an internship mandatory for bachelor's degree? I don't think so. Well, but it might depend on where you are. I found it was very helpful to pay for school and to get the to get the familiar with the job world before getting out of college. The internship was really valuable for that, but I don't think it really I don't think it's mandatory. I think it just helps you out. It's a if you can do it, it's a good thing. then again, it takes away time from studying, so there's a balance you have to have. Was mandatory there? Okay. It also might depend on the company. Some companies might not want to hire someone they haven't vetted first. The vetting process could be internship. All right, I'm gonna have to break this up, I think. If default zone, else, and then the default zone one's easy. We will do this auto. Actually, I can get the iterator. And get the iterator out here, right? I can say, what is this? This type. Iterator, or const iterator. Position index entry. And just do that and just say this equals default. And I need to go to impl, don't I? Oh, and while I'm at it, I should be doing this while holding the mutex. Default position index find. Position. Oh, it's just x and y. Yeah. Okay, so find x, y. And then here it, okay, that didn't work. Why is that not working? Huh. I have to find the position index. I guess I'll do it this way. Impl position indices find z. If position index is equal to the end of this, then return empty set. Otherwise, now we're repeating this line slightly altered. It's position index second find. But I got something wrong with the type, I think. Oh, wait a minute. I was looking at the wrong type. That's what it was. It's position index, yeah. Const iterator. There we go. All right. So if we make it out of here, then we have an iterator. But I should check it, shouldn't I? If position index entry is impl default end return empty. And then this is a little bit different, right? It's this end. Hey there, Kinkomatics. All right, if we get down to here, we have an iterator, and I can fill it. So for const auto, what is the thing? It is an entity list. So entity in position index entry second. We should form this set of integers out here. Actually, what if I just return the entity list? Entity list is a set of entity with depth. How important is that depth? I don't know. This is available in the public interface, though. Because then I could just return a copy of the entity list. Yeah, let's do that. So let's change this slightly to have depths in it. Let's put that one at depth 0, and this one at doesn't matter because it won't be returned. This one at depth 1, and that is, oops, that is depth 0. And so we will get a set of realm server components entity with depth. And it's not going to be a set anymore, is it? Actually, it could just use it. It is a set. Okay. Right, because you can't have it in there twice. So just use entity list. Entity list. Okay, but these are structures. So it's a little bit more than just their numbers, right? It's, did I give entity list? How come I can't get to it back now? Did I give entity list, or entity with depth a constructor? Initializer list, that'll work. 0, 1. Alright, that'll work. Depth is display order, really. So that's why everyone appears above the ground, because their depth is 1 compared to the background, which is depth 0. And since I set the admin tile here to depth 99, it's always going to appear on top of everything. So if I step on top of another player, they're underneath. Because I want to be on top of everything. Wahahaha. So even my name label is on top of everyone's avatars. Yeah, it's just display order. And then when you see Z, that is not the depth or the Z order. It is zone. Z for zone, or Z for zone. But you can think of it as the third coordinate in a space of horizontal, vertical, and map number, or zone. Alright. So I don't need to do this, I can just return. Okay, then why did I bother? It's just going to be returning this. And then make this an entity list. So auto entity list. Declaration. What about the question before? Oh, I didn't see the question before. Why is there a Twitch in-game but not an in-game Twitch golem? Good question. So the golem would be sort of like a bridge between the game and Twitch completely, including the chat? That's a good idea. I guess I hadn't thought of that. Thank you, Develop It Bot. Yeah, Develop It was playing around with botting stuff. So was Liquidor, right? Liquidor also has a bot now in the game. It's interesting to see people wanting to either bot the game or enhance the channel with their own bot. I can't find the declaration of that. There it is. Entity list. I forgot to say what this returns, actually. The set of entities at the given position in the game is returned. Okay, now everyone's happy. Okay, I could remove some of this out if I have a end here. Position index end. And then I just say position index end equals this dot end. And put that here. And do this or there. Then I can move a little bit more out. And that might look a little bit nicer if I did this. Oh, I can't do that? Why can't I do that? Okay, maybe maybe I don't do that. Maybe I just turn it into an if-else. All right, and then I can get rid of this. Good enough. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. Like to visit the U.S. eventually? Which part of the U.S.? It's vastly different from one part of the U.S. to another. What would you like to visit? The urban areas or the wilderness areas or rural areas or what? If you're into site, what is it? I can't think of the word. If you're into the outdoors, the place that most highly suggest is going to Utah, because it's got a nice variety of outdoor stuff, mountains and deserts and cool rock formations and all sorts of interesting things. I take my family out to Utah a lot for either snowboarding or just hiking. It's a pretty cool place. While you're there, you're not too far away from the Grand Canyon, and everyone wants to visit that, right? Run the test. Yay, okay. Moving on. So I'm going to use that in the command I'm going to add now. Bryce Canyon's in Utah, exactly. So that area, if you go to southern Utah, Bryce Canyon, Zion, there's snowboarding, skiing areas nearby that too, and then you're not too far away from the Grand Canyon. There's also slot canyons in southern Utah. We did that one year. It's pretty cool. That's maybe one of my favorite areas to go to. Death Valley is a ways away from that, but I guess it's in that general area. I don't like Death Valley as much, but to each his own. Hold on a sec. All right. I guess this falls under the coordinators ECS. Model it after the command that I'm doing. Actually, I already used that name here, didn't I? Just use the same name. Get entity set position. There we go. So we'll want some kind of admin connection. Like this. Actually, grab all of this. And it will be get entities at position. Just look at what the front end is already doing. Oh, I don't even have the Z. Oh, no, I do have it there. Okay, got it. All right, so X, Y, and Z. Let's do it. Get entities at position, default zone, and then one with not. Non-default zone. So this one will have an X of, I don't know, 3. y of 4. This will have a zone coordinate 42. So need to, actually let's just do the same thing that the other test did. Take these test entities and just add them. Okay. Hold up. I think components dot needs to be components arrow. Yep. Oh, and that was all 3, 2? Yeah, so 3, 2. 42, right? And strike this out. Default zone those. There we go, that's a good test. So it should still pick up 1 and 3. Okay. So what will we get back? I'm looking for a test that actually returns a message. Here we go. Wait for messages, expect a message. Message will be, what do I want it to call it? Entities? Should I include the position too? Just in case it gets lagged and then the admin is gone and queried a new position. Let's just do that. So we'll repeat the x3, y2, z. No z for this one. Entities. It should just be an array of objects. Entity 1. Depth 0. Entity 3, depth 1, right? Entity 3 was at depth 1, yeah, okay. Okay, that means I don't have the syntax quite right. Or no, it's because it's player, not admin. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so this copy down to here. This has a z coordinate, 42. What's wrong here? Yeah, of course it's not going to help me. What did I do wrong? Oh, I didn't include the construction. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I thought I did. What happened to that code? I guess I didn't. Huh, okay. Non-default zone. 42. 42, 42, and 43. Or let's put it back into the default zone. There we go. All right, good. Thing about southern Utah, like Bryce Canyon, if you visit it in the winter, it's really cold because it's high elevation. So I think the popular times are like in spring and fall, when it's not too hot and not too cold. But if you like the cold, if you don't mind the cold, then winter's fine too. Snow will be covering a lot of things though. All right. So it's not returning anything, right? Okay. Coordinator ECS. And then I need the table of messages that will go update right now. It fits in right here, doesn't it? ECS. There we go. Okay. Client message. And then there will be an ECS actions. So I need the check and the make command, which will do nothing. That's G is after F. Right, it goes here. This will be this there. Okay. So we're not going to return any command, essentially. We're just going to reply back after we do a query. So const auto entities equals components. Oh, that's right. I didn't put it in the subsystem yet. Put it in impl. Components get entities at position. Interpret from the message, right? Y, Z, and then this will be bool message. Actually, I don't need the bool. It's just whether it doesn't have Z coordinate. There we go. Has. All right, and then we're gonna form the response. I'm looking for some code where we formulated a response. Ah, close enough. Entities, and we're repeating back, echoing back the X. Oh, okay. The Z is optional, so I need to be careful here. Do that, much of it. Fill this with an empty array, and then we'll eventually send it there. How come it doesn't like that? Send. It does. Oh, wait a minute. Is it because it's a shared pointer? Yeah. Oh, no, don't know why I did a shared pointer there. I wonder if I was just being lazy. Because we're not actually holding a reference or anything. We could just use it in return. Anyway, if message has Z, can I just... Let me just collapse this. Const auto default zone equals this. Just use that here and reverse that. Response Z equals message Z. All right, and then we're looping through all the entities, so I don't need the entities until I get down to here. For const auto entity in entities. Response dot add. No. We're going to get access to the encoded entities. Entities encoded. This response entities. That add JSON object of some kind. Entity is entity dot entity. Depth. Is that what I wanted it to be? Depth? Yep, depth. And there we go. That should do it. Nope. Okay, what's different here? Oh, the Y is wrong. The Y is wrong. Oh, yeah. One character mistake. Good thing I have a unit test, huh? Cool. All right. So back to the front end then, because oh wait a minute, there's one more thing I'm going to need pretty soon. I should just do it now. I can make changes with ECS actions, but I can't get components. I could have the get entities at position also return all components. That probably makes sense. So enhance this a little bit. Yeah, that would actually make more sense, because instead of putting a depth here, I just put components, and then position would be one of the components. It would be a little bit redundant, though. That's fine. The redundancy is okay. So yeah, let's make, don't have to do with all four of them. I don't really need to test. Yeah, I can just reduce this. I'll just make it 2 entities. I don't really need to repeat that test again. One entity that isn't in the position requested, and one that is, and then it can have extra components. And it doesn't. It could just have 2 of them. We'll have a foo and a bar. So this is bar 42 or something like that. You trapped an NPC again. You guys. Oh, look at that. It's trapped. 5276. Aww. It's escaped. I'll put him back. There, he's trapped again. I need to make controls to make that easier for me to do. While I'm here, let's check to see if anything got created. Nope. All right. Okay, so I want this to be a little bit different. I want it to return 1 object. Or do I want it to return 2? Yeah, let's have it return 2, and then that means I will want one that's not in the set. Yeah, but only 1. Like that, and then have this one have, we'll just leave it the way it is. It's got a position, but no foo. All right. So this one will be components. And then, how deeply do I want to nest this? Because I could just do type and then fold that into the rest of the component. I think it needs to be separated out. So this will be type position and then component. chase on another level. And in there, basically just repeat this. 320. And then another object for foo. And that has the bar 42 in it. And then the second entity just has a position, so it's like remove that. And let's put that at depth 1. Depth 1, just to be different. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing? He's dead now. You killed him. Where'd he go? Oh, did Nui step on it? Oh well. There's plenty more NPCs you can admire. They continuously respawn. Don't feel so bad. Alright, that's quite the message, but it is what I want. Do I care about this so much? I don't think I really do. Let's put one, let's just have 2 of them. One in the default zone and one not, and then keep it simple. Actually, I don't need to repeat X and Y because they're in all the components, aren't they? And this needs to have this, by the way. Oh, no, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't need to return X and Y because they're built in. Yeah, forget that. Okay. Cool. Let's grab that, copy, and then paste it down here. Entity 1, and this has a Z coordinate. And that's it. I don't need to test anything else. So it doesn't have a foo component and there's no second object. There we go. Of course it's going to fail because I just changed what it's supposed to do. All right. So it's a little bit more involved because we'll have to go through all of the types. I don't actually think I have a method for that. But I could include it here. I just do that. Depends if something else is going to use that. This get all is for testing. Why is it? What's it doing? What are these doing here? Oh, this is for testing, yeah. So why did I put this here? This shouldn't go here. Goes here. I had that in the wrong area. Let's move it. Near invoke systems. Right here. Okay, searching around here. Can move, access check, pick random numbers. Making some actions. Getting and setting components. Get components of type. I just don't have a get types of component. I have to get entity component types. I think I just want to add that and then yeah, I'll just do that. Just a bit tired for 4 days of conference. Oh yeah, that wipes me out too, especially if there's travel involved. I like those conferences that are local enough that I don't have to travel. I guess most conferences, most people have to travel to though. I think about it. Yeah, it's the travel that wipes me out. Alright, yes, I need another test for the components. Let's just replicate this test. Copy pasta, and I'll call it get there's no reason why we'd want to know what types of components an entity has without getting all of the entity. So if we just call it get entity components. Yeah, just keep it simple, right? So let's just make one entity and have it have just two components. And I can abstract this so it doesn't need to be real components. So it can be like foo bar 42, and this can be Baz hello world, and then that's it. The act would be, okay, this would be components. Get entity components. And we have just need to know the entity. That's it, right? Sure. And then what will it be? Just keep it simple, make it a JSON array, I suppose. No, I should have it be a map. Should have it be a map, so standard map string to JSON value. Because then I can do components here. This is foo bar 42. And then Baz hello world. Okay, that's what I want to do. Yeah, down here. Get entity components entity const. Social stuff which is going late into the night. Oh, see, that's your problem. You're too social. I would just do the conference part and then go back to the hotel room and sleep and let everyone else party. That's not true. I'd still hang out with my friends, but I wouldn't stay out that late into the night. I'm older, man. I return the components of the given entity. Keep it simple, right? This is the unique identifier of the entity to fetch, I guess. The collection of the entities components keyed by type is returned, or should be really a copy of. Yeah, oops. Oops. It feels right to break the line at the comma to me. Okay. Do I have map? I do have map and I have string. Do I have JSON value? Yes. Okay, we're good. Go to that. Go to that, please. There. See, I had to ask nicely. Didn't want to go to it initially until I asked nicely. All right, so we're going to, again, get the lock here. We're going to end up making one of these and returning it. That's weird. How did it get off by one there? All right, and then I think the trick is to loop through all of the types. So how is this done? Get right, there's a store. And we want to iterate the store, right? Okay, I'll just do it myself here. For const auto components of type store. Yeah, just iterate the store. We'll call this store entry. You don't like map and unordered map? Why? I've been using them for years without any problem. What's wrong, 2H Strike? I don't actually use unordered map. I usually use map because the ordering is usually something I like to have. Sometimes I'll use multi-map if there's more than one value for a given key. Or right, so we're gonna query this, right? Const auto component entry is store entry dot second dot find entity. If component entry, actually that's just that, right? Is not equal to store entry second end, then we found one. Yay, components. Component entry first equals component entry second. Do that right? No, that needs to be an arrow. Because this is a string. Oh, wait a minute, it's not. It's the type I need. I need store entry. Dot first. There we go. They're much slower and unfriendly to cache compared to vector. Really? Yeah, but if I made it a vector, then I would have to search linearly through it to find what I want, right? With a map, I can search much more quickly to find the type that I want. These maps are going to be pretty small. It's like as many the map will have as many entries in it as you have types of components. And right now that's what, 5? So when someone tells me much slower, unfriendly, the problem I have with the word unfriendly is it's a little bit vague, and the problem I have with much slower is my mind always leaps to like exactly how much slower, like what are the numbers. So when I ran performance measurements on my server a couple days ago, by far the biggest bottleneck was the fact that I was using JSON value. Had nothing to do with map, it was all JSON value. Once I get rid of a lot of the JSON values from my code, sure, I might start to see map as being a bottleneck, but I kind of doubt it. I don't think a map has to resize every time. I think it just adds nodes to a tree, right? Doesn't it just dynamically create each node? That's why when you add something to a map, it doesn't invalidate any of the other iterators into it. I don't think it's a linked list underneath, actually. I thought it was a red-black tree underneath. You might be thinking of, what was it? No, I can't remember what it is. Pretty sure it's not a linked list. Pretty sure it's a red-black tree. But I could be wrong. But yeah, I hope you don't mind 2H Strike. I'm a little bit skeptical about the performance on the cache. Okay, the cache unfriendliness I can see. Thing is that this isn't going to be cached. It's constructed live every time. I can agree with that. If it was something that I'm reading a lot, sure. The slower though, I'm a little bit skeptical about. I'd have to see the numbers. And if I saw the numbers and I was convinced that it's slow, sure, I'd use something else. But only if it was the bottleneck of the server. Got to attack those in order of impact, right? After you measure them. What does it not like about this? Is it just old? Old errors? No, I did something wrong. Hey there, browsing. Oh, I have two things called components. Duh. This is entity components, really. Did I get some of the syntax here wrong? Don't think so. What's this green line here mean? Too many arguments. Oh, I've seen this before. Google test macros are a little bit sensitive to that kind of construction. Yeah, see, now it's okay. All right. Yeah, so this took 1 millisecond to do. And I think that's rounding up even. I think for such a small map, it doesn't matter. It's insignificant. Hey there, Steampunk Devil. Yeah, if the map was very large and I'm constantly iterating it, I can totally see that it would be a cache problem. Slow, though, it depends on what you're doing with it. If you're searching, I'm pretty sure map is much faster than vector because you can, is it order log n as opposed to order n? Big O notation and all that to do searching. All right. Yeah, I was going to use it here, right? Because this is still failing. Right, so I'm going back to here. Right, so instead of putting entity in, well, instead of putting depth, we're going to put components, right? Right. Add took our value reference, so I can construct this and then add by standard move components or entity, encoded entity, entity encoded. Auto entity encoded equals that. And this is components. Empty array. Okay, and entity components encoded, entity encoded, components. And then we got to ask the components entity components. So that's, again, second level query here. Get entity components of the entity. Entity. I already regret having that word being entity. It should be like entity info or something. Do I want to change it? Yeah, I'm going to change it. There we go. Because the type of this is what? Entity list, which is a list of entity with depth. Okay, so I could say entity with depth. That's more, that matches the type actually. I don't like how it says tree constant iterator value type. It should just say that it's entity with depth. All right, so we have to loop through them. Making a JSON object for each one. All right, so for const auto entity component in entity components. Entity components encoded is going to have an add a JSON object to it. And it'll be type will be the first component, second. Easy peasy. Run that puppy. No, didn't work. Okay, got something wrong here. Oh, because it, okay, I see. I included the X and the Y. That is no more. Remove that. And I guess I'll keep that. Cool, worked. And the default zone one. Didn't work. Oh, because why? I haven't updated it, that's why. No, I did update it. What's wrong? Show the log. I think I got one of these numbers wrong. Hold on, let me look at it this way. That's got a foo bar 42 in it. 320321. 320321. Okay, I don't know what it is. What is 320 entity 1. So what's different here? I feel like I've misspelled something somewhere. I have a tiny typo somewhere, buried in here somewhere. I don't see it. Type entities. Type entities. Entities has the rest of it. There's a components with 2 things in it. Bar type foo. Oh, is it the order? It's the order. Right, because it's a map. It's ordered by alphabetically the type. There we go. Foo comes first because F comes before P. There we go. All right. So that's it for the backend work. I can restart this guy and work on the front end now. So I can at least see the results right now if I go to here. And F12, and then network. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Oh, it's not connected yet. Ah, yeah, that bug. One of these days I'll fix that one. Only affects you if you happen to be, if the server happens to be coming up right when you're trying to connect. Net to work. Okay, so now when I click something, click on that guy, I should have gotten a message. Here it was. Entities. Components. NPC. How come I can't... Oh, I see. Scroll. There we go. Right, so it's got a tile, a position, NPC, and a capabilities. It didn't show the ground underneath that entity, though. Why didn't it? It should have gotten me both entities. Click again. Yeah, it's empty. It's not giving me the ground underneath. Why not? I wonder if it's because we're in the default zone. Here, let me go to the Bob zone and click here. Oh, click there. How many did I get that time? No, I only got the NPC. I didn't get the ground underneath. It's not getting me the ground for some reason. Why would it not return the ground underneath? I don't know. It should have looped through this. Unless this is broken. It's gonna return me everything in that position index. Yeah, what? That's weird. What happens if I click on myself? What happens if I'm standing on top of an NPC and click on it? I got two of them. So it's just not picking up the ground ever. So this is the camera. I have a camera, a position, and a tile, and that's it. And the NPC has capabilities, NPC, position, and tile. But it's not picking up the ground underneath. Why would that happen? What happens if I click off into space? Nothing. Clicking a water tile? Nothing. I'm missing something. There's got to be a reason why it's not picking up the ground tiles. Oh, I was looking at the wrong function. No, I was looking at the right one. It should give me an entity list, yes. Nothing here is conditional, so it's not like it would skip one. It's going to return something or nothing, so if it returns something, it should have returned both of them. Really weird. I really don't know what to do. It's one of those times where I start to think, you know, when I find out what it is, I'll realize how dumb I was. Chat's pretty silent, yeah. It gets that way sometimes. Okay, what can I try to do to get me some insight into what's going on? It's hard for me to debug the server, but I could do print statements, I guess. What did you miss? I got it so that when I click on a position, it gives me the entities that are at that position, but the problem I'm facing right now is it's only showing me one. It's showing me all but the ground. The ground is not coming back. So if I click on a ground tile, it says, oh, there's nothing there. No entities there. Which is frustrating. Because it should tell me, like if I click that NPC, it just tells me that the NPC is there, but it's not showing me what ground is underneath the NPC. There's gotta be a reason. I mean, the entity has a number. What am I missing? The way that the pop-up works is it doesn't use the this new getting entities at position. It's actually using what the rendering system made. So I did think about that. I could look at what the rendering system is doing. How does it find the ground? ECS rendering, right? It finds the ground when it does a where is it? For new cameras. Where does it actually is it okay, it's this initial sprites feedback, right? Is it this? Yeah. So it does the same thing. It goes to the position index for the zone that we're in, and loops through all the entities and constructs a. It looks for the tile and the position component of that, and then it adds a sprite. So that it looped through the that the same way that this does. Well, indirectly by going here and returning that. And then looping here. I kind of just want to do a print statement, so there has to be a difference between both of them? Yeah, I know there has to be a difference. Either that or I'm just missing something else. I want to get some more insights, so I think I do want to do some diagnostics here. Be easiest to just print out. What is the type of this? Entity list. But that is a set of... Oh, I wonder if it's this set thing that's a problem. No, it shouldn't be. Well, let's see. Let's just do a diagnostic message here. You clicked on entities. We'll just start it like this. And it'll be entities dot size. Waiting for the server to comes up. Great opportunity to stretch. Uh-oh, we're in a snapshot cycle again. Oh, I hate it when that happens. It's just making the snapshots faster than it takes to install one. Oh, actually, I think it might have repaired itself. Okay, we're good. So, click on the ground somewhere. What does it say? It didn't say anything. Click on that tile. Okay, it's not working at all now. Why isn't it printing out? What did I do wrong? Oh, that's okay, develop it. Don't worry about it. I did build it. Click. Click. But it's not printing anything. Why not? Oh, I wonder if the diagnostics aren't connected. I should fix that if that's true. So that would be that this subsystem's diagnostics aren't connected. That's connected here somewhere, right? Subscribe. Oh, yeah, it's missing. I don't see ECS. Okay, well, let's fix that. There. Fix that. Try that again. Wait a minute. Why is it killing that server over and over again now? And now it's okay. And they're all cut up. Nice. Okay. Click. I clicked on one entity. So there was one. I clicked on two that time. Okay, so there are two by the time it gets to that point. So it should loop twice. It should end up adding two things to that entity's encoded, which is in the response. Okay, let's just deck this out with diagnostics. Here we should definitely see a problem, right? Sending this. And let's print out something here. Entity encoded. Component encoded. That's this. Okay, let's try that. I'm sure I'll see it and I'll be like, oh, that was dumb. Taking servers a long time to respond to the orchestrator when they first tries to connect to them. I wonder why. I wonder if it's something like we're holding a mutex while reading the snapshot. Something like that. Wouldn't surprise me. I've done that kind of stuff before. Hold the mutex when I don't need to. As long as we see 3 caught up to clusters, then we're good. Okay, we're good. So click on the tiger. What do we get? Okay, I messed up that, but that's okay. I didn't do the C string thing. And that would have been important to see. Shoot. Okay, yeah. On all of these, I have to say .c string. What else could it be if this looks okay? Then I'd be really confused, actually. It could be that I just have a name twice. Huh, I don't see it. Okay. Click on the tiger. It sure looks like there are 2 entities in there. 1877 and 311. So what is happening here? Click the tiger. It only saw 1877. Oh, yeah, it only saw one. That time it only saw one of them. Interesting. Could it be the position index is just wrong? And not being updated correctly? Click on that where I haven't moved. What do I get? I only got 1. I didn't get the ground underneath. Yeah, I'm not getting the ground underneath. Is it? This first message I got, though, had 2 of them in there. And that was server 10 that responded that time. So does it matter which server is responding? Oh, that's why. Okay, yeah, I'm dumb. Remember how I said when I figured it out, I would say how I'm dumb? The problem is that only the leader server is running the entity component system. The follower servers are not running them. So that's a problem. How do I do this server startup? Recognition of each other's? That's part of the raft algorithm that I implemented. So there are 3 servers. They all are considered equal peers. And when they first start, they pick a random number between like whatever I've had configured. So like let's say 2 and 3, right? And whichever one ends up picking the lowest number will end up being the first to run for election for cluster leadership. And as long as it has a view of the game state that is at least as up to date as any other servers, the other servers will vote yes, and then it'll become the leader. And then they recognize each other by each one has a copy of the configuration file, and in the configuration file there's the list of all the servers, and for each server there's a port number. So when each server receives a connection from another server, it knows which server it's talking to based off of the port number that that came in on. Click the tiger. New Kung Fu Hacker movie. Could be. Yeah, so each of these has a different port number. They recognize each other through the port number. And the raft consensus algorithm just specifies how they elect a leader of the cluster, and then the leader is responsible for sending state changes, and the followers are responsible for recording that and acknowledging that. That's essentially how it works. But yeah, so the problem is the leader is the one running the entity component system. The followers are not running them. So if it depends on which server, since we're connected to all three here, which server we are going to get the correct answer from. It has to be the leader server that we query. So that's a front end issue. We have to query the leader. I had that in the front end somewhere, right? So I can remove this stuff. I know what the problem is. We can't ask a follower server because it won't know where everything is. Why should it know? I'm deleting the right stuff, right? Delete diagnostics, 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 diagnostics. Okay, we'll build that. I mean, I can even show you the where it doesn't run the systems at all. That's invoke systems. Only if we're the leader. Only if the cluster's leader ID is our instance ID do we run this, including invoking the update event on all systems, and for the movement system and other things. Actually, it's this start one, really. The start builds the position index that we're using to locate entities. So the follower servers don't run that ever, and so they're like, I don't know. Beats me what's there in the system. All right, so yeah, I was done. Source. It's actually middleware, right? This one. Really, I just need to search for send to game. And there's one of them that will be going to picking the leader server. How do we know which server is the leader? I must do this at least for one other command. That's when we're telling each server to make a snapshot. I gotta do this somewhere. Maybe I don't, though. Hey there, Bugbound. I guess I don't do this, so how do we know something is a leader? Let's just look for leader. This would be in game connection, right? Let's look for leader in game connection. Nope. So how do we know which thing is the leader? Would it be in reducer? Session? I need to record which connection is to the leader server somewhere. Because I'll need that ID. Or I can build it into game connection. Send to game could have a another parameter here. No, we track who's the leader in the admin, I think. In like cluster status. That would be admin reducer. One of these? Raft. Because I show that in one of these panels. Let me find it. Activities, panels, cluster panel. I moved that out. Why did I do that? Oh, it's sort of a complicated thing. It has to look at the role of the server, and it'll be leader. Okay, so it is available. So I could have the middleware do it. Yeah, let's make another action. So we have send to game. Let's have send to leader. And in game connection, it'll just dispatch another one after first figuring out who the leader is. Let's just copy it. I'm on the fence. Is whether copy it or have one dispatch a command to the other one. Dispatch an action to the other one. So this wouldn't have an ID in it. And it needs access to get state. I do give get state. Yes, I do. All right. So we need to find the leader. So that's... How do you do a loop for each in... I guess it's a find, right? So it would be const leader is get state. I forget which one. Was it admin? Yes. Raft, admin, raft, find. Array find in case I need it. Yeah, I think I remember find. I just don't remember the structure of this. Actually, why am I guessing? I can just look. Redux, state, admin, raft, right? So it's an array where each one is an object and it'll have a role. So oh no, this is it an object? Are these strings then? Why did I do it like that? This ends up being a string, right? The value is then put in as a string key. Oh well. I can get to that by this, right? Console r dot where is it? State dot what's r? R is not defined. I need to actually break it to see that, right? Oh well, not gonna worry about it. It is an object, so I gotta do object dot entries. I forget this stuff. Values. Or is it values or is it keys? Entries. Right. Object dot entries. The object map, or I can do find. Because it ends up giving me an array of tuples, right? Find, and then I can just say ID server info or raft info. Where raft info dot role equals leader. If leader because if it doesn't find anything, it'll be empty, right? Then, yeah, I think it will dispatch it. So that means I need dispatch. Dispatch actions. Send to game. ID is leader dot or leader 0, right? Well, if I say const that equals leader, then I can just say ID and then message like that. Then I don't need these. And I don't need that either. There we go. Hey there, Liquidor and Oblivioner. Find returns undefined. Yeah, so that's so if I can't find the leader, it'll just not send it. Let's see if that works. So let me well I'll see which one it sends it to, right? If I just click. Network. Okay, did I not click on the right thing? It's still not, it's not sending it to the correct server. Which server is the leader? 10. And which server did it send it to? It sent it to 12. Okay, because I didn't use the correct, I didn't use this correct action back in where we clicked on it. So that was stage. It is interact entities. Where is it? Oh, am I doing it in response? Oh, thanks for the follow, Mad Max. I think I'm doing it in response to setting the selected position. Here it is. So send to leader. There we go. Fixed, I hope. Again, the leader's 10, so it should send it to server 10 when I click. Clicky. This is 10. It did not send it to 10. Who did it send it to? No one. Alright, let's debug it. Debugger it. Click. Oh, it did find it. So it should end up going to here, right? Go. Okay, so why didn't it work? Oh, because it's a string. Is that why? Yeah, I need to that's the problem with having the Raft as an object is the keys are strings, so I have to do a parse int. All right, parse int it is. Why didn't that not work? I guess I don't need to, hold on, because I need to have ID in front, because I'm dumb. There we go. I don't need the 10, because 10 is the default, right? And we can get rid of dispense with the debugger. And reload. Check this out. Okay. Oh, you have it. You have your bot able to see things. Yeah, that's pretty cool. X is an NPC, P is a player, B for bot. That's nice. I don't know why is it auto playing something else there? Nice. Thank you, Imager. All right. Back to network. Click on Tiger, and it should send it to the leader, which is this one. And it sent it. Yay. And I get the tiger and the ground underneath. Yay. Okay. So the next step is then populate this with the results. So that is server messages, entities, right? Entities. Oh, you're asking Liquidor? I mean, it's just reverse engineering these messages here. It's not that complicated, really. All the information I want to draw here is it's pretty easy to see if you just open the dev tools in Chrome or whatever and look at the individual messages going across the socket. I'm sure that Liquidor will open source it, right? All right, entities. We're going to turn this around, right? Dispatch actions reflect entities. Sometimes I have them capitalized. Let's make sure. I do not have them capitalized. Good. All right. Reflect entities. I guess I don't need... that was message. And that needs to be there. Okay. Reflect entities. Liquidor says, I was hitting your head earlier today, couldn't get the sprite shifting to work, and the map kept getting smaller and smaller. Apparently delta sent with sprite shift is the player delta, so you removed the wrong side of the map. Oh yeah, I've done that mistake many times before. Thanks for the follow, Nexavec. Yeah, I understand that bug, Liquidor. I've made that bug mistake myself. Reflect entities. We'll go back to a reducer of some kind. I guess we'll put in our good old friend, the admin reducer. So we will have what happened here? Why did I do that? That should n goes there. I'm trying to keep them sorted here. Entities. Empty list, and then we'll want that to be reset when we lose our connection, right? And that happens on session, or is it end session or something? Session end. And then actions entities will fill it. Or reflect entities, right? Reflect entity, good. Dot state, entities, action entities. Easy peasy. So now I should see it in my Redux state as soon as I click on something. Clicky, Redux state, admin, entities. Here we go. I have all their datas. So let's do the React stuff now. Entities panel will now get entities from state.admin.entities. And entities goes here. And I'm going to copy from, where is a good place to copy from that had a good list? I mean, I guess I can copy from here. That's in the character panel. Any reason to make it a column, though? It's just going to be, the first level is just going to be numbers, so I could just make it a row. But I want the buttons on it anyway. Yeah, so I'm going to keep it the way this way. So this is the entity list. Get rid of that and then get rid of that div, I think. And because entities panel is a flex container. No, it's not. I could make it one though. Yeah, let's do that. So display flex direction column. And then I can use the shrinking container there. Selectable rows, and so it'll be entity and actions for now. And then when you click it, it will select a different one. So this will be entity list rows. And just an add button to add a new entity at that position. Okay. And then next, the rows. And this, well, I guess we'll pull in the submit at the same time. This is the entity list rows, map entities. And I think that's all I need, actually. Yeah, I don't need the components out of it. I just need the entity out of it. Right. Okay. Selected entity. Okay, the zone needs to change everywhere here. Zone, 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 zone becomes entity. And then selected entity. On select entity. Okay, we just have the entity and the buttons. There's no go button. There's no update button. Just a remove button, I guess? Remove entity? Let's start out with that, and then this should be on add entity. And I don't think I need any arguments. And I don't need to do that. It does need to know the position. No, the position is a selected position, so we know that. Yeah, okay. So we need, here are the props we need. We need on add entity. We need selected entity. On select entity. On remove entity. And is that it? I guess I'll find out. And if I don't have them all, then I'll find out that. All right. Entities, or props that we need. Selected entity. So let's add that to the admin reducer selected entity. Null. And I'll probably, wherever I set that back to null, here, yeah, I'll want to set the selected entity back to null as well. Okay, that's that. All right, that's that. And then these go here. Right, so that doesn't need any arguments, and that's the dispatch actions add entity. And these are both entities, right? So entity in entity. And this is remove, and this is select. So I need 3 actions. Add, remove, and select. Add entity. Remove entity. And select entity. Select entity is easiest. I think I just need to put put it in here. Select entity. Entity selected. Entity is action entity. Hey there, Jill Mega. Created a repo but no remote. That's just taunting everyone, saying, "Yeah, I got the code, but you can't have it." All right, add entity and remove entity should go to some middleware. I guess it feeds back to the admin middleware. Yeah. Add entity, remove entity. Oh, with this boilerplate? Yeah. I'd have to stop and think about how could I group together how the Redux state reducers and middleware all and the React even all can that be collected together into a common reusable component. I don't know how. Off the top of my head, I have no idea how I would do that. So end up doing this boilerplate a bit, yes. But I think once I have this UI filled in with all of the oh, this isn't. I can't show it. Oh snap! So I still don't know why that happens. Once I have this UI filled in with all the panels that I want, I think I'll no longer really need to do this adding mechanism so much. Okay. Dispatch and get state, right? So this one will be a dispatch actions destroy entity. And that needed what? An entity number. And so the entity number will be the selected entity. So let's get state selected admin selected entity. And that also makes me think that destroy entity ought to see if it's selected to unselect it. So let me put that in here. Admin reducer. Yeah. Okay. Destroy entity. Right here. Selected entity. Depends, right? Selected state dot selected entity. Is it equal to the action dot entity? If so, then it goes to null. Otherwise, it stays the same. There we go. How about Golem grading new chatters? This sounds interesting. I like that idea. Develop it. Could you turn off your develop it bot response to that points thing, if you don't mind? I don't mind it like if you did that once, but every time I award a point, if develop it bot's gonna do that, then it's gonna get a little bit much. Do you have something like a kill switch if something goes horribly wrong? I have a couple kill switches. I have I can stop permitting new accounts, I can suspend sending email, I can purge the mail queue, but that's about it. I can quickly log into the backend and just shut everything down if I need to. Oh, you forgot it was still on? Okay. That's fine. Able to demangle that mangled mess, huh? That's cool. Demangling is nice. If you're gonna mangle, then you should be able to demangle. Is demangle a verb? Unmangle? Unmangle, demangle. Alright, so I did destroy. Let's do add. We'll remove calls destroy, which will end up destroying it and then unselecting it. So I need to do add. Add entity. It's a new winner for the top reducer handler, or the top middleware handler. Action handler? Actually, there is no action, is there? It's just get state and dispatch. And it's this thing, really. It's like that, only we're, whoops. We're going to use the position, we're going to make position where we're going to fill in, why do I have strings here? This makes no sense to me. Why did I do that? These don't need to be strings, right? It's just that. The X and the Y and the Z are all from the, well, let's just compute the position. Let position equals gets, well, let's get the camera first. Camera position. Okay, yeah, I did a similar thing here for add background tile, so that makes sense. Oh yeah, what depth do I want to set it to? I forgot to move my car and the street sweeper just came by. Oops. Hope they don't get mad at me. Nowhere really I could move it to anyway. The upside with mapping it with double quotes is you can have keys, property names that have spaces in it. Yeah, that's true. I guess we're gonna hard code it to depth 0 for now. Am I okay with that? I suppose. I'll have to add that in a moment. And it's not the camera, it's actually not the camera position, is it? I want to get the selected position. Right. Selected position. Yes, and then this becomes just pause. I think that will work. Oh, it will, it won't show up immediately, right? Unless, actually, the destroy entity won't. What if adding and removing an entity won't make it appear unless I re-query? So maybe I should do that. And actually, this only requests that it gets done. It won't happen immediately. I could have a refresh button. Maybe that's what I'll do. So let me, yeah. I also to do it. I'd have to tell the server that I'm interested in anything that changes in a certain position. I'll do the refresh for now since it's quick and easy. Refresh. Actually, I don't even need an action. I have that as in where was it? Get into. Is it in stage I did it? Yeah. Oh, there it was. Get entities at position. Oh, I had hard coded it in there. Yeah, so I should make another action for this. Get selected entities, I guess. Get selected entities. How about call it what it is? Get entities at selected position. All right. I am so bad at the keyboard lately. This stuff goes here. And then we just dispatch it here. And then I can do that again whenever, well, whenever we, yeah. I'll do that in the React. Or like some kind of refresh button. Here. Where to put it? I put it in the same row as this, maybe. How did I do the players panel, the H2 there? I had a title bar. Okay. Do the same thing, actually. Well, hold on. Let me put the right, since it's still on my clipboard, let me paste it there, and it's going to be on refresh entities. Just dispatch that. And then we'll put that up here. That's what I want the button to do. I just want to put a button here. Class name equals title bar, entities title bar, in which I'll put that H2 and then a button to do refresh. Yeah, kind of like what I did here. Just a button. Let's make it a smallish button. Compact, right? Actually, with that compact, oh, in JSON it is, yeah, but I interpreted what Mr. Valwork said was in JavaScript. Because I was doing JavaScript. Yeah, in JSON it's required, but JavaScript it's not. Um, I'm distracted a little bit. Compact. Oh, I had it for both. Okay, good. So I can do it this way. On click equals on refresh entities. Refresh. X and Y are not defined in the admin middleware on line 15. That's true. We need to get it down here. Class names is not defined in the entities panel. Oh, yeah. Class names. Okay, okay, I didn't have the style for that. Title bar thing. This thing needed here. Sounds good to me. There we go. And then I should be able to click, and then I can mercilessly destroy an NPC. If I click the correct one, who was it? 1884. It didn't work. Oh well. I tried to destroy entity 1884 and it didn't work. Why is it not working? Do I not have it hooked up right? Remove. It should have done it. How come it's not destroying him? Oh, it did it? No. There's just too much chatter going on here. Network. Kill the tiger. 1877. Oh, what did it do? Oh, there it worked. Interesting. Is it when they move, it doesn't work? How odd. I had to hit it twice. Okay, what happened there when I tried to delete it? It did the wrong number for some reason. Oh, it's destroying the wrong one. Interesting. Huh. Do I have to select it first and then hit remove? Seems to be the case. Select and then remove. Okay. Mercilessly destroying NPCs in the name of science. So if I just click it, it does the old one. Okay. So what does that mean? It should be pass. Oh, I know what's going on. This remove entity is not using its argument, I think. Yeah. It's using the selected entity, so which is not what I want. Actually, then I don't even need a special action for this, do I? I don't need a special action. I don't need remove entity. Don't need it. Don't need it. This just calls destroy entity. And then I can remove it from actions. Remove entity. There we go. What's the purpose of destructuring it? Keeping things immutable is preferable, or you'll get leaks in JS. Destructuring just gives you names, makes it code more readable. I don't think it leaks anything. They're all, as long as you do a let or a const, it's local, right? You got a Microsoft scammer, Jamaica? Nice. You should stream that, and then you'll be the next Kitboga before you know it. Hey there, Clayman. How are you doing? Ramu EJ back at ya. Yep. Check out Kitboga. Handles that stuff all the time. Alright, testing it. So if I click someone and then remove, it's not removing this row though. I can do that in the reducer, right? Wow, there's just a lot of chatter here. Send to leader what? Get entities, right? And then I destroyed the entity. Receive message that the sprite has been removed. Okay, I guess I don't really know. I really should just, if I know I'm going to remove it, I think that's maybe why I made that action originally. But I could do this all in the, well, I can do it all in destroy entity, where that's done here. I can say if it's selected, or if it's in the entities list, remove it, right? Actually, then it would be in the reducer. Yeah, so it's in the reducer. Oh, actually, I tried to do it here. Did it just not work? Oh, but then it ends up selecting it. Oh, yeah. So really the select entity auto should only do something if it's in the list. And then this should also update the entities. And it should only update it if it's in the list. So that means I'm just doing a filter, right? So state entities filter. And each one is each one, always forget this. Each thing in admin entities is an object with an entity value. So it would be entity info. Entity info dot entity equals, or filter is what to keep, right? So not equal action entity. Something like that. And let's break that up into, let's just do that. Like that. Okay, let's see if it's working now. Goodbye, wolf. Hey, it worked. It removed it. And then if I click on, ooh, who's that? Oh, is that a glitch? Yeah, the tile didn't load correctly. Weird. Anyway, if he moves and I hit refresh, it should go away. That's good. So I captured the entities that were there, and if they move, I can still edit and remove them. So that works. Am I a Unity dev? No, I'm not a Unity dev, but I know many Unity devs. So, for example, there's Adam C. Eunice, is a great Unity dev. There's also Spherus, is a great Unity dev. And who else has been streaming lately who uses Unity? Okay, well, there's two off the top of my head. Spherus and Adam C. Eunice are both great Unity devs. I'm a self-taught, mostly C++ programmer, but I'm also using JavaScript. This is Phaser.js, and this is all React. I know a little bit about Unity, but not very much. I know enough to let you know who does know about Unity. Joe Mega says, also found something nice to add to what you said about the Mac Pro. Not only did Apple release a cheese grater, it can also be used to make mac and cheese. You mean because of the thermal problems? And hey there, Ardium. I'm just catching up on chat here. I can wave a Dragon Rift even though I'm not a Unity dev, right? Hello. Okay, so I have entity selection and I can destroy entities, which is kind of useful. I can say I don't like the way those orcs are looking at me. And that guy's kind of fishy looking too. I can also destroy the world like that. And then I can go repaint it later. This way. So I think the next thing to do, if I destroy myself, I think hilarity will ensue. Let's see what happens. Now when I move, yeah, it's all messed up because I just destroyed my own camera. And I'll stop getting updates. Good thing when I refresh it creates a new camera. Okay, so the next thing would be if I select an entity, it should show me the entity's components down here. No mac. In mac and cheese, plus it's the cheese grater. I thought you were saying that because of the thermal issues, you can make macaroni and cheese. Because it's hot enough. Maybe I didn't get the joke. Thanks for the follow, Dragon Rift. Alright, so this has the this form is for the entities form. I think I'll have a horizontal rule after it. And then place the selected entities components underneath that. Where did my horizontal rule go? Oh, it's way down here. Bleak. Yeah, that's a problem because entities panel doesn't have that rule that I like to have. Where is it? This one of these. Entities panel horizontal rule is wider. There it is. And right, so all I need to do is add a form underneath it and it'll kind of magically show up there. And this is so that if this gets long enough, I didn't test this add thing actually. Should I just do that? Okay, the add didn't do anything. I should get add to work first, right? Because I want to be able to add until it gets really long and I want to test that the overflow works. You had Adam already? Okay. How about Spherus? Oh, also there's isn't Shake Soda also Unity dev? It won't take long for you to find other Unity devs on Twitch because there's a lot of them. It depends on the time zone that you're in, when you watch. Yeah, so there's a lot of devs. You'll find them. It's not too hard. You just have to search through the tags, the game development tag or the science and tech, and just ask streamers who other streamers are out there who also do game dev, because we all know each other. I just forget most of them, but I remembered 3 of them. What's video is that, Joe Mega? Okay. Oh, robots following each other? Let me skip through this. Okay, that's a funny one. Okay. That's a good one, Joe Mega. I'll have to give you a point for that one. Let me keep it for later. But if I ever am not feeling so good, I'll just watch that video. Yeah, they raid each other too, exactly. Alright, let me not get too distracted. I'm gonna find out what happened to this add button. So what happens here if I hit add? Add entity. And what is that doing? It's sending to the game. Whoa, it's scrolling. Stop scrolling. Sends to the game ACS action to create an entity. Oh, it's creating an entity without a tile. So I ended up actually, there are entities out there, we just can't see them and they're invisible. So if I click it again, it should show up, right? I click that again, or refresh. Ooh, X is null. Why is a selected position null? Interesting. Okay. How did I get into that position? Refresh entities? Is that misspelled? Is that why? It gets set to null if you clear selected position. Is that what I ended up doing? Oh. Yeah, I cleared it. Okay, so that's a bug. So refresh if there is no selected entity should just do nothing. Where was that again? Admin. Actually, all of these buttons should do nothing. So if selected position is null, return. Do nothing. Here as well. There we go. Fixed. Try again. You're not a fan of watching Unreal? Yeah, actually most devs that I see on Twitch, if they're doing a game engine, it's Unity, not Unreal. There are a few that do Unreal. More Unity devs though. Yeah. And there are a few that do Godot as well. I don't know if you're interested in that. But what's his name? Smelly Orc? Smelly Orc? Is that how you spell his name? Uses Godot? Yeah, he uses Godot. Alright, so I created an entity up here. Oh, here we go. The invisible entities. So I should be able to remove them. I can actually click around until I find an invisible entity. Because one of these other squares, unless it was the same square. Okay, anyway, if I click add and then refresh, it pops up. I can't, that's why I have the refresh button in there, because the add just sends a request to have it added. And if I had it auto refresh immediately, it wouldn't see it. So, as a workaround, I'm just having that button in there. The remove, we know it's going to go away, so we can just remove it right away. You have 1,321 Unity assets. You think that says what you like? Yeah. I have 0 Unity assets, so I don't. I've done a few of the Unity tutorials, and that was like over a year ago. Okay. So yeah, we're going to add this new panel underneath. I guess I'm using another shrinking container. Yeah. I think so. And this will be same class. It's going to be type. And I think I'll just keep it raw for now. Component. This will be component list. Rows. Oh, and I needed actions. Yep. So this will be, I need to have actual inputs for these two. Where can I copy from for that? Aha, can copy it from the character panel zone list. This type of stuff. Yeah. outdent, indent. Type input size, new type on change field, set new type. And then another one for component. Component input size, new component. On change field, set new component. Alright, so thanks for the follow. Sergeant Lucas, Void can't fill. Linked your account. Let me give you a point for that. Yes, I had that on purpose since I'm going to have some state. New component. Set new component. It's nice that it knows what I should type there. And then this was new type, right? Set new type. And then I need a change field. I don't think I have that. Change field. That should be enough for that. So I just need to make the component list rows. Similarly to how I do the entity list rows. Component list rows. And that is going to go through the components of the selected entity. So it's conditional on something. It's conditional on there has to be a selected entity. So where is that? Selected entity. I guess I'll just make it a prop. Selected entity components. So if that's truthy, then we return that. Otherwise, null is fine. Right? There'll be an empty. Actually, you know what I should do is just have the entire form be optional. Yeah, let's do that. Well, I have to make it 2 pieces then. Okay, Kitty's yelling at me. Why are you yelling at me, Kitty? Component list. He's really loud too. Component list. Yeah. Const component list equals same kind of deal. If there are selected components, then make it a form. Otherwise, it's null. All right. Okay, so what are in the selected entities components? It depends. Can't look at it right now. Oh, you're making and selling Unity assets. That's cool. Hold on, let me comment this out for a moment. So I can see what I'm doing. Make this null for now, just to make it compile. Redux plays state admin selected entity. Okay, I'll select him. Selected entity is just a number. So it'll be within this entities list, right? I'll end up picking a matching one. So it'll be, I guess it'll just be an array. With each element having a type and a component. Okay. So it'll be type and component. Oh, I'm doing the wrong one. What am I doing? Yeah, uncomment. Type component. And do I need an index of some kind? I think I do. Because I need it for the key. Yeah, let's include an index. Key by index. Is that wise? No, I think we'll key by type, actually. Yeah, because there's only one component of a given type on a given entity. I'm streaming, cat. I know, but okay. What do you want? Hold on. Let me go. Let me go show you who's yelling at me. I'll be right back. Okay, this guy thinks he's more important than all of you. He feels the need to interrupt my stream because he wants out. So penalty is he's got to take a look at the camera. There you go. All right, I'll let him out now. I'll be right back. He's just gonna want back in another 10 minutes. Okay, see you, Jamaica. Floofy, yes, he is my beast. Beast. Exactly, he's the beast. All right. Selected row. Okay, I don't have this yet. I don't think I need a selected row. So no class name selected row. No click. It's just a key. And it's a type and component. Okay, so I want to have a remove, so remove component. Passing in the type. And I'll want an update and an add and a reset, right? Kind of like how we had it here. Update, reset, remove, and then, yeah. There's no go, of course. So update, reset, and remove. Oh, I had too many removes. Okay, and then the reset has a disable on it. So I'm copying that from here, I think. Yes. Why do I have it stage? Oh, right. That's right. Stage component. And it'll be by type, and it'll be component. Well, is that right? No, that's not right. That's right. There's going to be more fields to this. Like, the type can't be edited, actually. But the component can. So this would be, need to have component and new component. Right? Because then that's the way this disabled works. It's disabled if they're equal. Action. Reduce it down to that, right? And we stage the old one if we reset it. Your cat hissed when he saw my cat? I don't know, my cat's gnarly looking, right? Squish face cat. Okay, see it develop it. Thanks. All right. I wanted to make this one an input, didn't I? Yeah. What did it... What's this? I'm looking at the wrong thing. This is the wrong thing. Here's where I want. I want one of these. Actually, this entire thing. Instead of component, it's that. And the value is new component. This should be component input size, which I don't think I've defined it. I need type and component input size. Just to have constants to say how much real estate I want. Type input size, that probably doesn't need too much. How about just 10? And then this should be onChange component. Type. So I need a bunch of new props. I need to have a change component. Update component. Stage component. Is change and stage the same thing? What engine am I using? I'm not really using any engine. The closest to an engine you can say I'm using Phaser for the graphics here, so it's managing all the sprites in the draw order and all that, and it has an update loop. I'm not using the update loop for anything, but I could use it to do particle effects and stuff like that. And also I could be doing sound effects using the Phaser engine. The game systems, the logic and the data behind the characters moving around, both the players and the non-player characters, that's all custom code I did in C++. Hey, they're 3D extended. Yeah, so I've been building that up since November last year. All of the backend C++ code to store all the data, to replicate it across the entire cluster, and to run the game systems on a constant loop to do things like have the NPCs move randomly and that kind of thing. So that's all custom code. My stream is a bit like Handmade Hero. I should just give a shout out. Handmade. So both my stream and Handmade Hero stream, we're making games from scratch. I just like to make things from scratch myself, so that's what I ended up doing. And I think his stream is more oriented towards showing you how it's done, sort of instructional. You know, not that he needs to make it, but he's making it to help instruct. Yeah, the Twitch chat's in game now, but it's sort of annoying some people, so I'll probably make different tabs here so that you don't have to see all this spam from Twitch if you just care about the game only. Oh, the Phaser. You can just look it up. It's phaser.io. It's in JavaScript and it's using, if you have it available, it'll use WebGL. If you don't have WebGL enabled in your browser, it uses Canvas. So that's CPU-based 2D graphics. You're a developer on Erlich, and that sounds familiar. I can't quite place that. Was that's another game engine, right? Like SDL? Sounds very familiar. I might have looked into that when I was looking into game engines a long time ago. I don't know anyone else who actually uses those though. But that's cool. Yeah, so this is probably using DirectX because I'm running Chrome on Windows and the WebGL implementation, it probably uses, it's either going to use DirectX or OpenGL, right? But I don't really care. It's highly abstracted away from me. I just give a ping image for the texture and describe abstract sprites and phaser.io. It handles all the WebGL for me. You're on Unity since 2013? That's cool. All right. This is uncompilable so far because I have a bunch. Oh, right. I was going to look into this. I think what I want to do is do a reset and then stage here. Well, no, these are going to props. Yes, so then yeah. And I don't need that, right? Let me think about this. I can just do that. Change, update, reset. Change, update. There's no stage. It's reset. 3 decades. That's longer than me. I've been going for 2.5 decades. Doing game dev since 93. Wow. That's cool. I've only been doing game dev since 2019. Before that, I was doing multimedia R&D, test apps, prototype apps, tools for the multimedia algorithm developers, that kind of thing. But yeah, very few people who could say that they've been coding for 3 decades. I'm only at 2.5 myself. And a lot of that time, I felt like I wasn't really learning anything. I've only really started learning again since I've started streaming on Twitch and trying new things like JavaScript. Do I have remove component? I do not. Remove component. Okay, so there's certain props here that are missing, right? So let's list them all here. Figure out which ones I already have and which ones I have to add. I don't need that. Don't need that. That I need. I don't need that. Or that. Or that. Or that. So these are the ones I need to add. Actually, I think I want to compute this from select, well, from entities, right? So let's compute, let's not have that a prop, let's make that computed. So that's const, and that depends, right? If there is a selected entity, then it's going to be entities find, right? Since entities is a list, an array, so it'll be find. Entity where entity equals selected entity, right? Otherwise it's going to be null. And then, okay, if we find it, okay, this is wrong. This is entity info, right? Because it was dot component dot entity. So I have to do this in 2 steps actually. Selected entity info is that, and then selected entity components depends on if we found info, then it's that dot components. Otherwise it's null. And the components itself is something we can map with all this stuff. Okay, good. Okay. This is getting complicated. So I need these extra dispatches. Okay. This had an argument, 2 arguments, type and component. So type component And it is a change component. This one was just a type, right? Yeah. That's type. Type. Reset was a similar thing. Update component. Just the type, yeah. All right. Okay. Actions first, I guess. Change component. Component. Remove component. Reset component. Update component. Update component. 1998 to 2013, doing industrial automation. Cool. Controlling robots? That sounds actually pretty fun. Okay. What's the easiest to do? Well, okay, I need to update the reducers a bit. Because resets, well, hold on. When selected entity is set, or really where entities is set, this should fill in the new components for every entity. So it should do something like map entity info to some kind of object, which will have entity, well, what do we care about? Spread that and then do a new component is entity info.component, something like that. And then change component would be sort of like that. Change component. We need to do a map, right? And it's going to depend on if it's the type matches. So entity info.type matches action.type. If so, yield that. And this becomes action component. Otherwise, it's just entity info. Right? And then reset is similar. Reset component. That's if the type matches, then set that equal to entity info component. Otherwise, leave it alone. Oh wait, there's 2 levels to this, isn't there? It has to be that the type has to match, and the entity AB has to be the one we selected. Yeah. So there's two levels of checking here. Entity info dot. Oh shoot. It's a bit more complex, actually. It's entity info dot entity and components, right? So if the entity equals the state selected entity, then do a bunch of stuff here, which is another level map, right? Yeah. This is complicated. It's going to be dot 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 entity info components another level map, right? So entity info dot components dot map components info, and then this stuff. Otherwise, well, that's the end of that, right? Otherwise, we just use entity info. Warehouse automation. Industrial automation uses Atmel programming like Arduino uses. Yeah. Atmel is a manufacturer of microcontrollers and other logic devices, right? C++. I'm surprised you'd use C++ and not C. Because when I was working on embedded stuff, a lot of the managers hated C++. They said, "Oh, it's slow and I guess they had to deal with a lot of programmers in the past who made really bad code decisions, and so they basically almost outlawed C++ where I was, and they said like, no, it's got to be in C. The inner map needs component info. Yeah, probably messed it up, right? It said it's 2 levels. Yeah, it's this thing, right? So the outer level is basically if it's a selected entity, make something new. Otherwise, keep it the way it is. If we're making something new, then we're basically replacing the components by taking the old components and doing another map. And if it's the type that we're resetting, then we reset the new component to what it was. Otherwise, we're keeping it. Okay, I think this is good. So let me then. That was reset, and then I had the same kind of logic for update, didn't I? Where was it? Change. It was change. Kind of ugly, isn't it? If it's a selected entity, then change uses action component. Change component had the type and then the component. Yeah, type component. Okay, good. That's update and reset, and I need remove. Remove is a little bit simpler, I think. Remove. A lot of REFs. Reflect. Here we go. Remove component. I could probably make a helper function to clean this up, couldn't I? Hey there, Cthulhu. When they wanted to change to Java for an embedded system, you resigned. Is Java really that bad? Because I thought that there were microcontrollers out there that just had the JVM built into it in firmware, and so then I don't think it would be a big deal, would it? But if you had to do the whole JVM in software on an embedded system, that just sounds gross. Now you're talking like Android level. What am I working on? I'm working on a panel. Oh, it looks like it's building now. I'm working on this where if I select a entity that I've clicked on, that I want to see its components and be able to change them. So up until now today, I added this entity list. So if I click here, if I click out here, it's just one entity, and I could remove that. That just destroys the water. Or I could click this and remove that NPC there. And then I can also add, but you can't see it because the thing it adds just has a position and nothing else. So now I'm working on when you select an entity, I want to show its components and let you add, update, and remove them. So it's all about entity entity editing. Say that 5 times fast. Entity editing, entity editing. That's what we're doing today. The logic in the reducer is pretty complicated because it's like you have to have an entity selected, and then in the selected entity, you're updating one of the components of that entity. Remove components. So this is just a filter, isn't it? Where the type is not equal to that, right? Actually, that's pretty simple, actually. And then it's going to do a request to the game to do the same thing. So remove component also needs to have a side effect in middleware. But I'll do that in a minute. So I did update, reset, and remove, right? Did I miss anything? Did I do change? I did change. I did change. I guess I'll find out what I missed. It's not listing it though, so I'm doing something wrong. It might be here. Let me debugger this. I click there and then click there. How come it's not hitting the debugger? Good question. Shouldn't it hit that? So I'll be able to add NPCs? Yeah. I would have to create all the necessary components, but yeah, I can manually create NPCs. It'd be a pain in the butt though. I'll mostly use this to add triggers for starters, and I'll probably want to have some kind of shortcut, like instead of add, maybe add trigger, add NPC. You know, have templates of some kind. Dragon Rift says since 2017 you've been using C# and Bolt visual scripting in Unity, which many people have a stigma against. I don't know anything about Bolt visual scripting. Is it similar to what? Okay, you don't like Unreal Engine, but there's another dev streamer who does a lot of scripting in Unreal Engine, and that is Kindred Dev. I hope I got his name right. Yes. I think he's using Unreal though, not Unity. But he talks about that he's not a very good programmer, but he's gotten really good at the scripting tools within the game engine. Is that a similar thing? Blueprints? I don't know these terms. Nui is back. What did you miss in the last 30 minutes? Was this here before Nui? I got to where I can select. I'm working on getting the list of components to work. Right now it's not working, and I don't know why. It's not. It's actually not even hitting this debugger, and I'm not sure why. Okay, really, maybe it has something to do with the use states being here. Let me move those. No? Why would it not hit this debugger line? I really have no idea why it's not hitting that debugger line. Wait, what was that? How come there are two of them? There's two of them. Sources. Maybe I can just find it here. Entities panel. Sure. Yeah, why are we not hitting that line? How about if I do that? Now I'm hitting it. How come this debugger line doesn't work? Okay, anyway, selected entity info is null. Selected entity is null. Selected entity is null? State admin selected entity. Did I get that wrong? Admin selected entity. It is null. Oh, because I haven't selected one yet, of course. Select one. Okay, it's got components. Okay, these are undefined. Selected entity 15 info has components in it. So why is it not picking them out? Oh, moments. Components, yeah. No, components. There's one of those cases where TypeScript would have saved me a few minutes. All right, now the debugger is choosing to work, now that I don't need it anymore. Thank you, debugger. All right, click on that guy. Click. Ooh, look at that. This isn't showing up right, but I'm getting somewhere. Let's look at the Redux state for entities. I might not be storing the information in there. Yeah, there's only there's component and there's no new component. Oh, also it should be a string, shouldn't it? That might be why. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't have well. Oh no, I'm not looking deep enough. Look deeper. No, that is different. That is deeper. There should be a new component here instead, in addition to component. That is probably in the reflect or selected entity, right? When that is set. No, it would be reflect entities. There we go. Oh yeah, I didn't go deep enough. It should be components. And then entity info dot components dot map component info into some kind of object in which we have component info. And then new component is component info. We just copy the old one. Actually, and this needs to be strings. That's important. But let me get this much of it done. Only reason you don't like Unreal is everything looks plastic? Really? So it's just the rendering? Or do you mean the tools? Has predictive type sensing, live editing, no typographics. Oh, so it's the tools that you don't like. Yeah, you know, being in programming for so long, we get kind of used to what we want to see, right? The tools aren't exactly comfortable, then we have problems, right? Okay, getting there. I just need to make these strings. So, I missed that part. How do I want to do this? I guess what I want to do, do I want to do it in React? So like stringify it here, or maybe put that into the action. Yes. In the reducer, change component. Okay, there's two things. It has to be parsed. No, it has to be stringified, and then here it has to be parsed. So this new one has to take this and parse it. Parse? Is that right? That's one side of it, and then the this code up here that gets the component and then shows this both of them, right? Or just here. It's just JSON stringify. Okay, let's see how that works. There we go. So if I were to say to that orc there, you can move, you cannot move, basically. Oh, What happened here? Mapped undefined entities. Oh, it's not part of action, is it? It's part of state. Change component. All right. Oops. State. Let's try again. Orc, I want you to stop moving. Oh, it won't let me type here unless it's valid JSON. It's not letting me type at all. Can I delete it all? No. Can I add a 2 there? No. Why would that be? Let's do a console log here. Changing component. Oh, let's just have arguments here. Action. Let's just put the action in there directly. I want to kind of see that. Console. Clicky, clicky. And then what happens if I hit 0 there? I mean, it should have parsed, right? That looks okay to me. Let's include that, maybe? Zero? Yeah, okay, so it should have put it into new component. And then it should come back here, right? It should stringify it and show it there. Let's do another console log up here. Maybe it is getting squished somehow. Selected entity components. Let's just see them. Clicky. Oh, he moved. Stop moving. Oh, there we go. Hit a 0. And what do I see? Hey, it didn't get changed. Why not? Let's see what Redux says it did. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Those NPCs moving around kind of add a lot of noise, don't they? Change component. Here we go. And then what diff did that make? Equal. It didn't change the state at all. Well, that sucks. Why wouldn't change component actually change anything? It could be that this is wrong. State entities. Entity info. Entity. What's the selected entity? 1960? 1960. So it would have gone into there and components. It should do entity info components map component info. If the type is the action type, oh, did it not have a type? Oh, that's the problem. Okay, yeah. The type is reserved by Redux to be the action type, so I need to have like component type in there or something. I can't use that type. Okay, let's fix that. All of these type things have to be changed to component type, I guess. Like that. And then Let's just look for action type. So yeah, component type. Cool. Let's try it now. Like how I had typographic errors, you deal with those. You never deal with those anymore in Unity. Eh. The way I figure it, I don't mind running into the errors too much. It's if I get really stuck on something, then I'll be like, maybe I should use some tools to help prevent getting stuck on it. Yeah, so the problem is if it doesn't parse, what do I do? I guess what I'll do is just not parse them until I do an update. So that means I would do keeping it as a string, right? So that means it's just stored here. So new component should just be the string, which means that this needs to do a JSON stringify. Reset should do a JSON stringify. I don't think I ever did update component, did I? That's fine. I didn't do it yet. I'll do it in a minute. I want to get the editor stuff working. Okay, so if I want it to stay as a string, that means I don't stringify it here, but I do need a stringify component here. Like that. Okay. Kinkamax, what do you think those commands should link to? I thought I did have a framework. Do I not? Engine? Wow, I'm missing a lot of commands, aren't I? We should fix that, right? Or maybe the golem's dead. Golem, are you around? You're there. I might have a command, we just need to add an alias to it. What do I have? Languages, maybe. I really don't have a good command for the framework that I use. Languages would be the closest thing, I guess. Simple explanation for it. Okay, well let's do this. So alias, or no, it's add com React, and what do I want to say? Like React is a JavaScript UI frame, well, just JavaScript framework for Java is a framework for making JavaScript apps. The framework from Facebook, or framework made by Facebook for making JavaScript apps. To learn more, see what I guess it's just React. Reactjs.org, yeah, right. And then what was the next question? What about being able to edit Lua scripts on the server directly from the admin panels? Yeah, once I have Lua scripts, yes, I will want that. Okay, so why are some of the commands empty? Because they're aliases. Oh, wait a minute, no, they're not. What happened here? Ooh, something broke. These are all aliases, but it's not showing the alias column, is it? That's weird. Let me refresh. Oh, I guess I broke the alias display. Thank you, Toulouse. Need to fix that. I don't want to work on the golem today, but I will fix it. Yeah, those are aliases. Yeah, and Redux is next. Okay, what should we say for Redux? Actually, why don't we just Google search Redux and see what it says? Or Bing search it, since we use Bing. There we go. Add Redux. Redux is a predictable state container for Java apps. To learn more, see Redux.js org. Why Bing? Yeah, I'll add that. Add Bing. Raimu uses Bing instead of Google for searching because Google doxes your location at the bottom of the search results. And Bing does not. There we go. If you don't believe me, try it. Just go to Google search anything and look at the bottom of the search results, and it'll tell you where you are, roughly. And I don't want to show that on stream. DuckDuckGo? I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I just need some search engine that doesn't dox me, and Bing doesn't, so. Was there one other one I wanted to add? We had... Where was the list that you guys were trying? We had React, Redux, CPP. I had a CPP command. Raimu develops most of the backend server code in C++ because he's used it for many years and enjoys coding it. There we go. And thanks for the follow, Resident. It only displays for you when you activate JavaScript. What is the only thing that displays? Oh, is it that Google search uses JavaScript to do that? It could be. Totally unsuspicious site that won't dox you, I promise.com. All right. Let's see what's the state of things here. So I should be able to, yeah, there we go. So I can type an invalid JSON, so I can edit it to my heart's content and update. Doesn't do anything, but reset should, okay, it didn't do. Map is undefined because it is action. I had made that same mistake. Reset components should be state.entities. Click that guy. Just type something, hit reset. Cool. All right. So if I wanted to get even more elaborate, I could either knowing the type. Oh, this is off by one, isn't it? Knowing the type or just looking at the structure, I could decompose it further, but I'm not going to bother. I'm going to keep it at this level. And if I need anything more elaborate, I'll add it later. Let me fix that off by one problem. That's in the add. Here, remove that. Let's call it weapon. Sword. Oh, it ended up adding an entity. That's funny. Remove that. So I had it, I guess, add is going to add. Oh, it's going to a different submit thing. That's the problem. So this should be on submit component. And the other one should be on submit. Where is the form? On submit entity. On submit entity, and then a component. Component. On add component. And that does need arguments, right? So it needs a type. So new type and a new component. All right, so I need add component. Type component dispatch action. So let me do it on time. 3.5 hours, okay. Add component, type component. Add component is action. And then that should go to both the reducer and the middleware to actually do it, but I'll do the reducer first. So kind of like, well, I guess I can take any of these. We can take reset component, why not? And then, or really better would be update component. Change component, yeah. Add component. So map, right, and then instead of doing a map here, I'm just doing a take the existing components and then add one, right? And that is type action component type. Oh, I made that same mistake down here, didn't I? That should be component type. And then component is action component, and then so is new component. And this has to be JSON parsed. Right? I think so. And then we're done. What did I get wrong here? Missing some syntax here somewhere. I don't see it though. What does this tell me? Assignment expected. Why? Is it because of that? It doesn't know what that is. This should be entity info dot components. What's wrong here? What did I do wrong here? No? Right, it should be components, right? Oh, no, because this is an array, not an object. Yeah. Extra braces before the type? Close. It was that this is an array, not an object. But I think you're on the right track there. All right, let's see if that works. And then I should be able to add a weapon, sword. Invalid JSON. Why is that not valid JSON? Oh, because it has to have quotes around it. Yeah, it isn't valid. So that tells me I should probably just ignore it if I can't parse it. So let's parse it first. Const. Or do I need to do let and then that has to be inside of a try of some kind? Ooh, what's this old code? Iron glove. That I didn't have to try around it because I knew it would always work. Do I have an example where I do a try? I do. Okay, so just so I don't have to memorize it, just copy that syntax and then... Yeah, let's do let. Can I do that this way? Can I just say let component? And then try to parse it? And if the catch would just be return. And then remove the const. And then component goes here. Which means I don't really need to say that. Oh, well, I need to say that. I'll just leave it like that. Actually, no, that is the original action component, right? It's a string. Right. Okay. So if I try to say weapon sword, it should not do it. What? How am I here? Where am I? What? I don't even know where I am. Redux.js? Oh, you're right. I can't just return. I have to return state. You got it. Thank you, Toulouse. Yeah, reducers are special. They're pure functions, and they do not have side effects. Okay, weapon. Sword should not do anything, but if I put it in quotes, it should add it. Yay. And then I should be able to remove it. That did not work. Same problem. Remove components broken. Because that should say state. That's a copy-paste bug that... Can you give points to other ones yet? Oh no, I forgot to do that. Next time I work on the golem, I'll add that. But that would mean that you would lose points, Kenkamatics. You don't want to lose points. Add, remove. Okay, cool. Also, the add should probably do the set to empty string, right? On submit. So this should do a set new component empty, set new type empty. All right, and then the last thing would be that both add and update should actually go to do an ECS action and actually apply it. That's the last step. Let me, one step at a time. This I should be able to do weapon sword and then remove. Cool. That works. All right, so let me do update first, I guess. I don't have that in here at all. Actually, it wouldn't need to be here. It's a pure side effect, so... What happens if I press it now? It just doesn't do anything. I would expect it to crash. Does this actually map to something? Oh, it's just nothing is nothing is handling that. That's Oh yeah, what happens if you dispatch something that doesn't exist? It'll be undefined, won't it? It'll be dispatching an undefined action. So I should be able to see that whenever I hit that button. Or I wonder if this filters it out. Oh no, there's update component. What? Go. Wait a minute, I didn't see it in there. Is it hiding? Oh, it is there. I'm blind. Thanks for the follow on ref. I like the name. That's almost like null or undefined. Twitch app updated and kicked you off. Oh no! Ah! Thanks for the follow, Game Code School. Okay, so it is defined, but nothing is handling it in reducers or middleware. It's the middleware I want to do it in, so that's where I'm going to do it. Action update component. Update component. So, new handler. Ugh, typing. Bad typing skills. So we get component type. And then, so that means I'm going to need dispatch and get state to get the rest of the context and dispatch something, right? Ultimately, I'm going to dispatch an ECS action to modify a component. So I'm going to just steal this, paste it here. We're going to modify a component. Component type goes there. And then we need to know the entity. So that's the selected entity. Get state admin selected entity. Oh, Kinkomatics. Did you unlink and then relink? You had it linked before though, right? Okay. Wait, just pen testing? Thank you. All right, we don't want delta. We want the complete component, and that is stored in the state again, right? So get state. Oh, we have to find it actually. So I did that work in the reducer, right? I did a find. I thought I did it for entity. I'll just do it from. It's similar to update component, right? Or change component. Oh, how did I get here? I don't know. Yeah, so it's a. Oh no, I remember where I did this. I did this in here, right here. We'll do the same thing here. So this is okay. We can get this information. Const selected entity equals this. Actually, we can shortcut this if not selected entity, which is why 0 is not allowed for an entity ID, because that makes it so that 0, null, or anything else will let us bail out. And then I don't need this stuff. I can just do this. So we're finding the matching entity, and if we can't find it, then we're also bailing. Then I can reduce to that. And then I gotta find the matching component. So const, well, that will always be true. I actually don't need that much. So really it's component, right? Component info is that dot find component info where component info dot type equals component type. Yeah. And then if it doesn't have such a component, lots of ways we can bail out, right? But if it does find it, then we're going to we can use the fact that the reducer's already handled this. Oh, and I didn't do that, did I? I need to do that too. Anyway, the reducer will do it. It basically moves new component to component. So I can just take out, I can just say component info here. Dot component. And then this is not necessary. All right. That's one half of it. The other half is the reducer. So yeah, do I do the parsing here? I do it for add. I guess I want it similar to that. I want that part of it. Okay, hold on. First, let me copy from a change component. And then paste it here, update component. And then let me take this logic here that parses it. Oh wait, it's a little bit more complicated, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. The component is part of the action. So, oh no, hold on. Let me look and see. What was it? It was just a type. Oh, so we still have to pull it out. So, same kind of logic here. Yeah. And I don't need to do, I don't do get state, I just do state. And then I don't, we're inside the admin reducer already. So it's, so I don't need, I can just do that in place of selected entity. So find state entities. This should be get state entities, actually. And this is too long, so I want to wrap that. Same thing here. I want to wrap that. Hey there, Rita. All good, yeah. I'm working on, I can't show it right here because I'm in the middle of doing stuff, but working on the entity editor of the game. And it's starting off just quick and dirty. I can select an entity in the game. I can then look at the components of the entity and then add, change, and remove them. I'm just hooking up the last bits of it right now. So we do an update component action. We have to have an entity selected. If it is selected, it has to be in the list of entities. And then if it is, we have to have the matching type. So the type has to match the action dot component type. And did I mess up here? No, that's decompose or destructured out of it. So if there's another check here, right? If not component info. And I can't just return this. Toulouse already taught me that. I have to do return state in a reducer. Return state. So there's no changes if we can't find it. If we can find it, actually, I might as well just do this up front. Try to parse. Oh wait a minute, no, it's buried in there. I can't do that. It's parse the component info new component. Been here for a while, but hidden in the shadows? Yeah. All right, so if we get here, then we found the entity. We found, we have an entity selected. We found it in the list of entities. We found the component of the entity that got to be updated. We were able to parse to get the new component value. And then we're going to basically replace it. So it's the same thing. It's in the selected component, in the selected type of component. It is component is component. What we computed up there. As long as I didn't did I reuse the name? No. So we're good. Cool. Let's see if that works. Duplicate declaration. In the reducer on line 7, oh, I do have a duplicate. Where is the duplicate? Thanks for the follow, Alan Winter. What's it saying? Component? Oh. Is that because it's inside of a case? Ugh. Okay. Yeah, when you do that, the cleanest way I know is to just do that. To give it basically a local scope. Alright, let's pick an orc. And then let's make him so he can't move. Sound good? Update. Okay, we got a crash. Can't find of what? Oh, that should be admin entities. Okay. I wonder how many of these bugs I'll have. Been a lot of bugs today. Don't move, orc. Movement 0. Ooh, did that work? I think it worked. I don't think he can move now. I think he is frozen because he has no movement capability anymore. So a better test would be to change his tile. So if I change the tile ID to 2, what happens? And... oh, interesting. It didn't change because I have to mark something else in here, right? Oh, this one. I have to mark that. Then the rendering system picks up the difference. See, now he changed. Let's just change this guy's tile. So that has to be a true, and then I can change this tile to a 4 or something. Okay, why didn't that work? Did I have a misspelling, maybe? Update. Oh, there, it changed into a dog. There we go. I messed up the JSON on that one? Yeah, probably. Yeah, so that's the downside of this, is that raw JSON, that means I have to, I don't have a convenient way of doing the syntax for me. I have to do the syntax. Okay, but this is good. Can I add can I add something? Can I give this guy a sword? Oh, I didn't do add yet. Yeah, that won't work. Add has to have a side effect. Because if I add right now, I can try to give this guy a sword, but it won't work. Right? Add, and then if I hit refresh, he's back to not having a sword, so it didn't actually add it. So I got to do a similar thing to what I did for update component. I had to do an add component. There, add component, and then this has a couple things to it, right? It's got a component and a type. Component type and a component. All right. So I don't need to find, actually. Although I should probably have a guard against adding 2 of the same kind of component. So let's have it if it does find it. Actually, I can reduce this, right? I don't need the variable afterwards. If there is a component of that type, then return. Just so that we don't accidentally ask the game to add a second component of the same type to the same entity. So this would be a... do I have an add component? ECS action? I'm actually not sure if I do. I might not. Where would I find that? In ECS itself? Here we go. I have create entity. I have modify and destroy. Oh, I don't have an add component. Interesting. Okay, I need to modify the back end of the game to have an add component action type. I also don't have a remove component. I have a destroy entity. Interesting. Okay, so I'll have to add 2 new action types. Add component, remove component. And I need to take a quick break anyway to use the restroom. Let's see, will I have enough time to do it? I think so. I need to take a quick break though. I will be right back in just a few minutes. Hello. Toulouse says you could always show an error on that update button if it exits out, right? I guess I could do that with validation in the React side, right? Hey there, Liquidor. That's a good idea. I think I'd want to do it in the React, right? As you type, it would just validate it. Thanks for the follow. Ganovan Banan. I hope I said that right. Alright, so I need to add some back-end stuff for this. I'll just do the front end first. So the front end, what I want to have is the ability to say add component. Component type, selected entity. That's exactly what I want, actually. That's add component. And then I also needed to have a side effect for the remove component, right? Remove component has to do somewhat the same. Right here. Remove component here. How's the game cracking? Pretty good. How are you doing? Rest in peace? Reset in peace, I should say. I can't show it to you for just a second because I broke it. Undeclared, undefined variable line 40. Oh yeah. Where this was just component, right? Component in 7.11 now. All right, same problem. Because I just pasted this and I haven't done it. So this I wanted to be remove component, and that's just like that. And I don't need the component. Find the entity, find the, well, I don't even need to do this check. It doesn't, that's not necessary. And that is needed why. I don't even really need that. Yeah, that's the only thing that matters. Okay. So I'll show you what I'm working on today. What stage the game is at. Yeah, I can talk about that. So the game's at a stage where I have the ability to go between different zones in the game. So like I have 2 zones now. The default one, which is grandfathered in, it has no zone identity. And then I can make named zones now, and they have entity numbers. And they're completely separate, so if you move between zones, your entire view shifts to show you the different zone. And then the game rules are obeyed so that these NPCs will collide with this water, but not collide with the things in the same coordinate system in the default zone. And likewise, anything in the default zone doesn't collide with the water in this zone. And so I had added these NPCs like a week ago or so. They're just randomly spawned, randomly move around, just to test things out. And so I added the zone stuff recently, and I'm working today on being able to select a position in the game, and it'll show me all the entities and what components are on every entity. And what I basically want to have is complete control for adding, removing, and updating components, and also adding and removing entities at any position in the game. So that's what I'm doing. What kind of game I'm making? It's kind of like the old games from Origin Systems called Ultima. Part of my code journey was when I was a kid, I really enjoyed playing this kind of game. So you can see some sort of similarities between this. I think this is Ultima 4, I think, where it's a tile-based 2D pixel art. I'm kind of doing the same kind of look and feel, only I'm making mine multiplayer. Multiplayer fantasy RPG, and I don't have items, equipment, quests, dialogue in the game. It's pretty new. This is only like week 4 of the game, but I'm adding a little bit more every day. And what's cool, since it's multiplayer, you can actually create an account and log in now. So I have 2 people and 1 bot that are in Twitch chat right now. And if you help out in chat, like if you have an idea for the game that is cool, or if you catch me making a mistake, I'll award you a point. And if you have an in-game account linked to your Twitch account, which you can do in-game, your points totals will show up here. And you can see the people who have helped out the most. Nui, Clayman, Kinkomatics, Bugfound, Develop It, Liquidor, Cthulhu. And I keep forgetting who Om Nom Nom is. I think it's Mr. Balrog. And yeah, the list goes on. And you can't do anything with the points yet because there's not much content in the game. I'm really still working on the mechanical aspects of the game, like the game, how to edit game components, how to control what's happening in the game. I don't have a lot of the game systems in place, like NPC dialogues or combat or inventory or equipment. But when I do, I will hopefully have a system in place where you can redeem the points you score by helping me out, redeem them in game for, you know, in-game currency or unlocking different areas of the game, that kind of thing. I'm not accusing you. I'm saying that I think that this is your account, Om Nom Nom Nom, but I'm not sure. That's what I recollect that that's your character, but I could be wrong. Yeah, that's you. Okay. So yeah, you can, if you were to create an account now, you'd show up in this list, and I would first validate that your name is okay, and then I would unmask you so that you show up in game. And there's a integrated Twitch chat bot, so when you see a message from Golem, it's actually coming from Twitch. The Golem also handles all my stream commands, or almost all of them. And there are a few things broken we noticed today. All the aliases show up without an alias box. I must have screwed that up by accident. But yeah, this game is heavily integrated into my Twitch stream. It's evolved on stream live. There's incentive to participate in chat to get in. You can stream snipe, you can score points in the game, and later I'll have in-game events after I have more content. But relatively, this is only like the first month of the game as it really existed. Yeah, these randomly spawn NPCs, you can see Liquidor's going around and smushing them. If you step on an NPC in the game right now, it just despawns. That was just a quick test of the load of the server, the game systems, etc. And no, I don't have tests for the UI. So yeah, the game is at that stage where I'm still establishing the core mechanical logic and data on which I'm going to build the real game systems, and then the actual game content comes later. All right, so in the test realm here, or the test world, I guess you call it a realm. I am working on what did I just do? It was like an add. The remove component? There's something else that I changed. What was the last change? I guess it was here, right? That it should dispatch these messages. Let me try it out. So, bug during movements. Some add sprite and remove sprite events are duplicated. Interesting. It shouldn't be duplicated. I'll take your word for it, though. Have to look into that. Yeah, so I keep notes. I have a notebook, a note page for every day that I stream, so you can look back. If you missed a stream, you can look at what I worked on that day, and if you really wanted to watch it again, I have this all up on my YouTube channel. I export all my VODs there. So even if you wanted to, you could go all the way back to like stream 2 is the oldest you can watch. Back before I even had a webcam and knew what I was doing. The only thing I didn't have a recording for was my very first stream where I was dumb and didn't archive it. Oh well. So yeah, let me add any suggestions or hints or links that are useful. I like to post back in my notes for anyone who finds it useful as well. Yeah, I'll have to look at that bug later. Okay, let me play around with this weapon, sword, and then let me look at the network while we're at it, and then add. Should have sent an add. Did it not? It did not. Why not? Did I not connect it up? possible I have a bug in here, so let's debugger it. Let's debugger it. Click on a guy. Just hit, doesn't matter. Just has to parse add. Okay, selected entity, 1910. Info, we got the info. Oh, we couldn't find the type. So, oh, that should be new components, shouldn't it? Oh, wait, hold on. Add component, it shouldn't exist. Yeah, oh, I remember what I was doing. I was trimming out this code, right? Oh, maybe not. Anyway, yeah, this check is not needed. That's only for update. We don't use selected entity info. In fact, I really don't even need the entity, and I don't need that either. I can just do that. Okay, so that's probably going to work now. Let's verify. It should, right? The back end of the game won't handle it, but I just want to make sure the front end sends the correct command. So, weapon sword add should go send the command add. Here we go. Add component. Weapon, sword, yeah. So the game will have said something like unrecognized command. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's just ignored right now. We won't see it in the output here. I left that in? Oh, it didn't compile since I took that out, yeah. Yeah, actually I need to end the stream soon. Let's see if I can get the add and update. Actually, it's add and remove, right? Update works. We proved that. I need to get... Let's verify update works, or remove works. So that would be that I go and hit that button. Action, remove component weapon from 1910. Okay, that would work. Okay, so the front end is done. And I'll do the back end work now. So back into the back end of the game, which is the C++ part. This is a job of the executor. And the executor has his own tests. So somewhere I have modify component. Right, so I want to take this, use this test case and kind of make two copies of it. One for add, another one for remove. So I'll make this remove component. Liquidor says about 6 seconds in, you will see Liquidor be removed twice and added twice when you move back in range of the bot. You've replicated this many times, but it's hard to record. Oh, probably because the shift causes the sprite to be removed. And if there's a movement at the same time, it could move in and out. That's probably a race between the movement system and the rendering system, actually. I'll look at that later, thank you. That goes with this. Thank you for constructing that repro. I'll give you a point for that. Oh, so it's not a sprite thing, it's the, yeah, it's duplicated. I'll have to look at that. Remove component. So we create a component. I suppose, yeah, we just need to make sure that remove component, and that's all I need, right? It's just those things. Yeah, and then the effect of that should be this no longer has that component in it. So a quick thing would be to make two components. Foo and, I don't know, spam. Hello world. Then removing foo, we should still have spam hello world. in the store. There we go. That's remove component. Now add component. So create an entity which has foo, and then we'll do an add component. Oh, you know what? I should have separate keys for this, shouldn't I? Even though they'll probably be the same string. So we'll add spam hello world. And then we'll have this added to the store when we publish that. So let me add those keys. Yeah. I don't know why I made separate keys, but I did. Add, remove. Let's sort it correctly. Oh, they aren't really sorted well, aren't they? I'll just leave them together. Add, create, modify, remove. Cram. Alright, so the unit tests are set up. Okay, Toulouse. Got to go? I'm assuming that you're streaming, so I should shout you out. You should check out Failed to Survive's channel if you're into Minecraft, because Failed to Survive has an awesome emote. Failed to GG. And there's also the heart. And he plays a heavily modded Minecraft, so it's actually really fascinating. If you think you know all about Minecraft, but you've only played the vanilla Minecraft like me, you realize there's a ton of mods out there that it's a whole new game. It's always fun to watch him. Have a good one, Toulouse. Okay, let's run it built, right? Okay, let's run the test. It should fail. It didn't add the component, and the other one should not remove the component. Right, so now just implement the code. So that's in on ECS, adding more table entries here, right? So add component, remove component. Let's sort them. Okay, now let's just take modify component as a mold. Right, and then we'll just copy paste it a few times. Let's do remove first. Remove. Lookador says, was the in-game chat disabled earlier, or is it disabled when you're not streaming? It's disabled when I'm not streaming, and someone gave me the suggestion in Discord that I should have it echo back to you something that says, your message won't show up in chat right now because it's disabled. That's because I don't have any way to moderate chat other than to, if I'm seeing it during my streaming. Once I add moderation and logging, then like if I'm not watching it and someone says something objectionable or does some harassment with another player, I'll have a log of it and I'll be able to take action. Right now I can't log it, so there's no proof. So I'd rather just disable it while I'm not watching it. Yeah, it's just blank. So yeah, I need to at least give you some feedback though. That's something I should probably do soon. So just to tell you, your chat won't show up because chat is currently disabled. Change, so this is remove an entity's component. This is a collection of components in the game to be modified. Yeah, exactly. All right. So we get remove. If it has the component, no, it's not this. We're just going to remove it actually. So it's components, destroy component of type entity. That's all I need to do. Right? That might have the side effect of making something that was like a zone no longer be a zone. Do I care about that? I probably do. So I need to have the same kind of logic that I have in on ECS destroy entity. Yeah, if it was a golem command or a zone, we should probably like make it look as if it was destroyed. Let's do that. If type equals GC, then do that. Oh, I actually need to get the type out of it. How come it's no longer compiling now? Did I screw something up? Oh, no, it was just IntelliSense. Oh, it wanted the command name out of it. So yeah, I'll have to get the component. So I guess we'll just do this. Component equals components. It's yeah, components dot get component, get entity component of type. Type entity. I suppose if it doesn't exist, we can just do nothing, right? So if component get type is JSON value type, bad with the keyboard today, invalid, then just return. Otherwise, okay, we'll destroy it at the end. If it's a golem command, then we're adding that to the results. Else, if the type is a zone, then we're saying that it's removed. Okay, so that should be good. That should do it for a remove component. Then I just need to do add component. Not a member. Okay. Why not? Oh, yeah, because I have it in this list and I have not actually defined it. Oh, I have create component. Is that what I want? Oh, okay. So I don't need add component. It's just called create component. So we'll go through and we'll make it do a create component. Now, what does it actually take? Component type and component. Component type and then takes the entity as well, right? Yes. Okay, good. So all these are fine. That does a create component. And I don't need this one. And that means I probably don't need this test because I already have a test, right? For create component. Yeah, okay, I already had one. Alright. So I don't need this test at all. I already had tests for it. I'm just calling it create and not add. Okay, run that test, please. Okay, let's run all the tests in the executor. Cool. So I'm done. Just test it. Test it, and then I'll probably get a good stopping point. Oh, what's happening there? It's crashing? What's going on here? There were 2 realm servers for 12? Ooh, that's bad. Let's try again. Okay, I guess one of them died. I hadn't seen that before. It misidentified a realm server and then launched another copy of it and then said, "Oh, there's 2 of them now." Waiting for the cluster to time out so it can pick a leader. I have it set to 20 seconds just for... because it's a debug build, it's not optimized. I need to give it time. Is it caught up now? I've been just sitting there waiting for no reason. Yes, it's moving. Okay, let's try to give an orc a sword. That's the most important thing today. Or a goblin. Let's give him a weapon. Sword. Oh. Doggy barking. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Must have been an intruder. Create component. So there's no feedback, but that's fine, because if I go click him again. Oh, why did it double quote that? It's interesting. I didn't think it would double quote that. Huh. Let's try remove now. Okay, I think it's working. So if I wanted to, I could make him no longer an NPC by removing this, and he will stop moving. Now he's no longer an NPC. And if I wanted to make him an NPC again, I just add one of these things up here. NPC. Add. And then he starts moving again. Cool. So I can add, I can modify, and I can remove components. So does that mean I can make an NPC out of thin air then? If I get all of these down, yes. What are the minimums? It would be convenient as if I had like a full component object that I can just copy paste, or if I had a duplicate. If I had a duplicate entity, like a dupe, I could duplicate it and then move around. Also, it would be convenient is if I have it selected, if I could then move it around with the mouse. All these things I can add now that I have this done. Yeah, let me add a... How am I going to do this? I'll take a screenshot of this. Take it off screen. And then I'll just make a new NPC by hand. Okay, let's try it out. So from here, we'll put him here. Add a new entity. Select him. Okay, he already has a position, so I don't need to worry about that. So let's give him capabilities to move. Add. Okay, and then a tile of... I don't know if I need to add the change, but let's add an ID of 1 from tile set 1147. Add. And there we go. He's a little X-Man. And then we'll add an... All we need to do is add an NPC component of... adding quotes around it for some reason. I have a quotes bug of some kind. And now he's an NPC. Move, NPC. He doesn't want to move. Oh, is it because they're strings? Not objects? But so I'd have to fix it by doing that. So there's something bug in the add where it makes it a string. It should move. Oh no, it's still making it strings. Why is it doing that? Having fun while I stream, always appreciate it. Let's see, what did you do? Oh, you're showing me both of your monitors here? That's me. And then this is your other monitor. Oh, you have 3 monitors? Dude, I'm jealous. Yeah, there's my stuff, and then this is your own stuff here. Cool. I'm glad you're enjoying making the bot. Okay, something is getting extra stringified here. I need to figure out why. I probably did a stringify twice, right? And that's why he's not moving. So if I fix that to that, what does it do? Oh, now he's moving. Okay, so I just needed to remove all of the quotes. There we go. He lives! Is alive! The little Axeman NPC now that I added. Okay, so I'm doing a JSON stringify twice, I think. Look at that, he's moving around now. Frankenstein's monster. And actually, I can give him a nameplate in here too. If I say true, and I say name monster. It didn't work. Is it not N? Okay, what is it for me? It's name. Okay, it's name, not N. So set that to true name. Why didn't that work? Oh, and this tile set shouldn't be in there. Date. And nameplate's not working. Oh, maybe that's only on add, so I'd have to move off screen first. Move off screen and move back on screen. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so I guess I had another bug where if a nameplate gets added or removed, it doesn't actually show up until the sprite gets added again. Monster. Oh, it's showing up underneath the ground. Let me elevate him. He needs to be on depth 1. And move off screen and move back on. There we go. There we have monster. Alright, this is probably a good stopping point. I need to go get something to eat, and then need to drive around town for a little bit. You using names to detect players? Maybe because you don't show names? Well, also the name plates are temporary. How else would you... Yeah, there's no other way for you to detect if something's a player or an NPC because they look the same, right? The only difference is whether it has a name in the tile, right? Just playing around with this. Yeah, I'd have to give you some other way of knowing that it's a player or not. That's true. I would have to have some kind of update sprite to change the nameplate. I don't have one right now. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Liquidor. But maybe that'll be the challenge for you. It'll be hard for you to distinguish between players and non-players. I kind of want the same thing in the... Well, I guess... Hold on. Gameplay-wise, would we always want to have some way to distinguish a player from a non-player entity? I suppose we have to have something. Because otherwise it could get really confusing, like, is that a real player or not? Anyway, I think I'm going to wrap things up for the day. Let me check to see if I need to moderate anything. Nope. Alright. I hope you guys enjoyed watching. I'll be back tomorrow. 10 a.m. sharp, hopefully. That's Pacific time, so 1700 hours UTC. Hope you enjoyed watching today. Let's go raid someone. Oh. Toulouse was just here and helped out, so I think we should check out some Minecraft. Don't you? Go check out some Minecraft. If you don't like Minecraft, that's fine. There are plenty of other streams. Another one I'd suggest if you want to see a coder, let's see. So an alternative stream, if you don't want to join this raid, I would recommend Tim Bidet or Tim Ruswick. I'm just shouting out alternative channels if you don't like Minecraft so much. And there's also Spheris. Spheris is also streaming now. Yeah, you could raid me too. But I'm about to raid someone else and then go offline, so that's not going to work so well. Alright. Toulouse is helping me out a lot today, so we'll raid his alt account who is playing Minecraft. So, hope you enjoy. If not, there's some of those shout-out links I just sent for alternative things to watch. Or find something else. That's fine too. Anyway, hope you guys have a great rest of your day or evening or morning or wherever you are. Have a good one. Thank you very much. Bye.